Hey dreamers, thank you for choosing this calming story to fall asleep to. Like most of my therapeutic stories, this isn't scripted. I just absorb myself in the experience and narrate what's unfolding before me. And as the story begins, so the video will transition to a black screen, and for those who find it helpful to settle down before tonight's bedtime story, I'll begin with a relaxation process. And if you don't need this, you can use the chapters to skip straight to the story. And if you'd like to support what I do here, please consider subscribing and perhaps sharing a few thoughts in the comments. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I'm going to tell a bedtime story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And just before we progress to the story, allow yourself to get comfortable, perhaps shift about a little, releasing any tension from the day. And notice perhaps a gentle healing light enveloping your head, passing healing, comfort and well-being down through your head. And as I talk, you can notice that as it moves down and softens and relaxes deep within you, through the muscles, through every fibre of your being, down your neck, around your jaw, around your face, down to your shoulders, down your arms, all the way to the tips of your fingers, down your back and front, all the way down to your stomach, down into your legs, all the way to the tips of your toes. And as that continues, I'm just going to softly count from 10 down to 1 to help you drift deeper inside, to help calm any thoughts, to help you focus easier, more effortlessly on this story. 10, 9, and with each number and with each out-breath, you can drift deeper and more relaxed into the experience. 8, 7, that's it. 6, all the way. 5, deeper and deeper, so easily and so effortlessly. 4, the relaxation continuing to spread comfortably down through your body, softening and relaxing those muscles. As your body relaxes and prepares for sleep, so your mind calms and drifts and dreams. 3, 2, that's it, all the way. One, that's it. As we now begin the story. And you find yourself walking through the most beautiful meadow. The sounds of the rustling leaves of distant trees, a distant hint of songbirds singing, the way the grass of the meadow flows almost like waves on an ocean, as that hint of a breeze tickles the tops of the grasses, occasionally wafting the sweetest scent of wild flowers to your nostrils. Watching as bees and butterflies flit from plant to plant, and way off in the distance, somewhere towards the horizon, you can see a thin tendril of smoke meandering up towards the sky. And you continue to walk through this meadow. Each footstep, the most comfortable, dull thud on the soil beneath. And as each foot slides forward through the grasses, it gently rustles around the feet, before the next dull thud of a footstep. And you walk slowly, gently, peacefully, almost just meandering through this meadow, curious about that smoke in the distance, pondering what it could be, based on its size and the colour of the smoke. You feel it's likely the smoke of a campfire. And you continue on through the meadow. And as you walk through this meadow, so occasional fluffy clouds drift into view and creep across the sun. The shadows gliding across the landscape below. The temperature cooling slightly as shadows pass across your body, and then warming again once the shadow moves on. And occasionally a few clouds in the sky will bunch up, and the sun has to pierce its way through the cracks and crevices between those clouds, casting wide rays of light to dance across the landscape. And it takes most of the day walking through the meadows, walking up and down undulating hills, to begin to close in on the source of that smoke. And as you do, night begins to wrap the landscape below in the most beautiful, deep, dark blue hue, with sparkling diamonds dusted through the night sky. And as the sun has set over the horizon and the sky has turned deep shades of blue, so the distant orange flickering glow of a campfire dances through woodland, and you head into those trees and carefully in the darkness work your way around those trees, feeling your way through with your hands, the fingertips running across the bark of the trees, noticing the texture and the temperature of the trunks of those trees, the soft creaking of the branches as they dance gently in the breeze. And as you near the campfire, heading through these trees towards a clearing, you can hear the distant popping and crackling of that fire, the way the light dances and moves as the fire flickers. The orangey glow permeating the landscape. And before you've even reached the clearing, you can hear a soft, mumbling, friendly sounding voice, and smell the sweetest, most pleasant smell. And you head out of the trees into the clearing. You see the campfire flickering away, a small tent near the campfire, its sides blowing gently in the breeze. You see the silhouette of somebody sat near the fire, the fire the other side of them. You approach that person from behind. You make sure to be making enough noise to be heard, so as not to startle them as you approach. And as you arrive at that person, it's you that's perhaps a little startled when you realize that they're a gingerbread man, and that it is this person who smells so sweet. And you speak as you approach, introducing yourself. They turn to face you with a smile and gesture for you to sit on a log near the fire. And so you sit down softly on the log. You share about how you saw the fire, just the smoke in the distance, and thought, I'm going to investigate that. you set off on a long journey, roaming through meadows, up and down undulating hills, through that patch of woodland, and out here to the clearing. And the gingerbread man explains they're on a trip. And they've set out to find themselves. And the only way to find themselves is to get away from everything that's not you, so that what's left is just yourself. And they're on their way to a remote location, somewhere they'll be able to be alone, to relax and meditate, to truly discover themselves. As it's getting very late, they offer you some food and drink. You have a backpack with you and a tent, and they notice this and offer for you to set up the tent near their fire, perhaps camp with them the night. And so you set up your tent, and then for hours into the night you sit with the gingerbread man, sharing tales and wisdom, sharing your life lessons you've both learned. And the fire very slowly and gently burns down to embers. Until it's just the faintest glow on the ground, emanating a gentle warmth. And as the stars overhead continue to twinkle and dance their way through the night, and the occasional shooting star streaks across the sky, you head to bed in the tent. You wrap up so cozy and comfortable, feeling so relaxed. Breathing in the fresh air of nature around you, almost being lulled asleep to the gentle pulsing of the sides of the tent as the wind pushes and pulls on the tent as it blows past. And as you rest there, so you drift, peacefully and comfortably, entirely effortlessly asleep. And you drift into the most pleasant dreams. You imagine yourself sorting some files, not taking long about it, just sorting some files, making sure that everything's in its right place, feeling a sense of achievement, that accomplishment you get from fulfilling a task. You dream of walking along a seashore, seeing a curious-looking stone, picking that stone up, and as you walk, you absent-mindedly, playing with the stone in your hand, running your fingertips over the smoothness of the stone, moving your hand in a way that lets you judge the weight of the stone. Being able to smell what that stone smells like. And then after some time of walking along the seashore, the slight sloppy sound of each footstep as you walk in that transition between the ocean and the land, the sound of the sea as it rolls up onto the shore and pulls back again, the sounds of seabirds. You feel a sense of wanting to stop, resting by the seashore, gazing out across the sea. That stone somehow feeling heavier and heavier, and feeling compelled to let it go, throwing it as far as you can, watching it as it arcs through the sky, spinning and rotating as it goes, before plopping down between two waves, sinking to the bottom. And a part of you understands that the sea is technically now ever so slightly deeper, in a way that's completely unnoticeable. You're aware that something under the sea has shifted. There's a stone there that wasn't there before. Things in the sea have changed. And only you know this. Anyone else who visits this space, even finding the stone, won't realize things were different once, and now they've changed. And feeling lighter, you continue walking along the seashore, just as you continue drifting and floating deeper and deeper into a dream. And while you continue in this dream, the landscape shifts, and your mind doesn't pay any real attention to that shift. It feels so natural, and something you wouldn't even question, as the sea's waves turn to grass in a meadow blowing and moving in the breeze, as the sand beneath your feet turns into the more solid ground of a meadow, and you see a single tree in this meadow, and you can hear crying, and you head over to that tree, and the crying gets louder and louder. And as you arrive at the tree, so you ask, "What's wrong?" And the tree explains that they're a weeping willow tree, and the leaves are hanging low. The branches are curved over at the ends. They're almost shrouded within themselves, gently weeping as they talk. They explain that they would describe themselves as an empath. They're highly sensitive to picking up on emotion of other things and other beings, and highly sensitive to finding the emotion within situations. And they say it doesn't take much to look around and see the beauty of nature. At night time, they see the beauty of the heavens. In the morning, they see the beauty of a sunrise. In the evening, they see the beauty of a sunset. They see the beauty of lovers picnicking beneath their branches, of families playing in the meadow with their children. And so they find themselves always weeping. Not tears of sadness necessarily, but tears of connection to all things. They explain they don't need any help. It's just who they are, how they are. And sometimes it can just be overwhelming. And so it's a learning they have to make for their whole life, to learn to manage their emotions, their incredible sensitivity. And they don't want to get rid of that sensitivity, just to not be overwhelmed by it. And the dreaming continues on as you transition from dream to dream through the night. Saying goodbye to the tree, continuing on through the meadow, which gradually turns into walking through an old-fashioned town. Rows of trees turning into rows of houses. The open space before you turning into a street through this town. And you see a vendor in the distance and some curious, almost magical looking smoke rising gently from a pot on their table. And that magic-looking smoke intrigues you as you get closer and closer. So you notice the smoke seems to be humming with musical notes. And the vendor, a very curious-looking fellow, offers you a free drink from the pot that's smoking, and with a ladle they lift up some of that liquid, pour it into a cup, and hand you that cup of purple glowing liquid, gently bubbling. They say it's not bubbling because it's hot. It's just comfortably warm. It's bubbling because it's got magic that's so densely packed in there. It's desperate to get out. And you drink that drink and feel the warmth of the drink softly weaving its way down through your body, almost as if it's touching your soul, bringing such deep peace and comfort, and a feeling of being connected to this world in a whole new way. Like something that needs healing within you is being healed as you dream. And you start to have a vision while that healing liquid infuses through every part of your being. You find yourself having a vision of standing in a stone ring on a cold day in a frost-covered landscape where the grass almost cracks and crumples underfoot. And you find this is a winter solstice. And you watch as the sun lines up. The light of the sun shines through a crack, hits a mirror, and gets split and bounces across the other stones, bounces off mirrors placed on those other stones, finding its way to a narrow point on what looks like a bowl of water resting on a plinth. And that bowl of water gradually begins to turn yellow, a yellow like the sun, an almost bright white yellow. And you watch as people queue up to walk to that bowl. They say a few words, they drink from the bowl and walk on. And as they walk on, so you notice a gentle yellow glow spreading through each of those people, as if infused with the life-giving energy of that sun, through the life-giving properties of the water. And you drift even deeper and deeper asleep, eventually passing beyond the dreams into a heavy physical relaxation where your mind slows and deeper healing occurs. And the next morning, you wake up in the tent, you open the tent, and you find that the gingerbread man has gone. The fire has been extinguished the space for the fire has been covered over. There's almost no trace they were ever there. You have yourself something to eat before packing your tent away and continuing your journey, just exploring the landscape, enjoying your time in nature. And as you explore and walk, a part of you keeps thinking of that gingerbread man and their journey, wondering whether they'll find themselves. And you walk out of the clearing. You hear the distant sound of a river and head in the direction of that sound. Arriving at the river and following along the edge of the river for a while. The air smelling almost purified by the water as it bubbles and bounces down the river. Ducks meandering in the currents. Swans swimming, almost as if there is no current. And then one of the swans has made the decision to take off, and you watch as it flaps and pushes its legs through the water before reaching a point where you can hear each breath the swan makes while its wings flap, the splashing of its feet as it's now running across the surface of the water, the white horses dancing behind the swan as it launches in the air, turns towards the nearby woodland and disappears beyond the trees. And you follow this river as it weaves among low hills, patches of trees, spending another day of walking, keeping in mind your route home. And as the sun begins to set again, in the darkness that's gradually encroaching, you notice some lights in the distance, like the gentle light at the windows of a cabin. And it takes you many hours to slowly close in on that cabin. You decide to knock on the cabin's door to see who lives here. Perhaps they'll ask if you want to stay for the night, but if not, you walk on a little further and set up camp a little way from the river's shore. But when you knock on the door, an anthropomorphic cat with large eyes and soft fur about a quarter of your height, answers the door to you and gently asks who you are and where you've come from. And you politely answer them and explain your experiences. You explain you're on a journey. You're just finding places to stay where you can. You're just out walking for a few days, exploring some landscape you've never seen before heading home. You're new to this area, and you feel when you're new to an area, the best way to learn about the area is to explore it and talk to those who live here. And the cat invites you in, makes you a drink and some food, gestures for you to sit by the fire, and you sit down in the most comfortable of armchairs. So comfortable, in fact, that just sitting in it, you notice your breathing calming. You notice yourself starting to fall asleep. And they come over and join you and hand you some food and drink. They've made you some curious cakes they describe as rock cakes. Only these cakes are so soft, so tasty, almost melting in your mouth, and so Moorish. It doesn't take you much to finish them without even realizing. And the cat explains a bit about this area, the history of this land. And then, as it gets later and later, they ask if you'd like to spend the night. They show you to a room, and you settle down in the most comfortable bed, and you drift and float peacefully asleep, and your dreams mirror the previous night's dreams, only with subtle changes here and there. You feel are teaching you something new and slightly different, perhaps building on what you'd learned the previous night. And the next morning, unlike the gingerbread man who'd left, the cat is still in their home, only they've made you breakfast. And you're awoken by the scent of the most beautiful breakfast, almost following your nose to the kitchen. And you enjoy that food before saying your goodbyes, setting off to continue your journey. And you continue exploring this landscape through the day, discovering what's out here. And after another day of exploring, you pitch up the tent and relax peacefully asleep for the night before starting your journey home, following the right direction but a slightly different route. Maximize the chances of new encounters and discoveries, and to help you to learn more and see more of this landscape. And it takes a few days of exploring the landscape to find your way home. And once home, you unpack all of your gear. You pack everything away where it belongs. You make everything nice and tidy. And then you sit down and rest before finding your mind drift and wander to your experiences. And as night sets in, you rest in bed and read for a while. But it doesn't take long for you to discover you want to really just go to sleep. And so you settle back in bed. And over the last few days, you've slept in incredibly comfortable places. You've even thought of them as incredible, comfortable places. And yet nothing beats home. Nothing beats your own bed. And so you rest back in your own bed. And you drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And once upon a time in a land far away, you find yourself walking through the most beautiful country garden. And as you walk through this country garden, so you notice that sweet scent of roses and other flowers within this garden. You can feel the gentle touch of the breeze on your cheeks. You can see the blue sky beyond the garden. The white clouds meandering across that sky, gradually morphing and changing shape as they go. Sometimes an excitable puppy, other times a curious face, perhaps even the sight of a castle resting on the clouds. And the leaves of the trees and bushes rustle gently. Songbirds sing delicately in those bushes. A robin singing from a tree. Butterflies carefully flitting from plant to plant. The sound of each footstep as you walk through the garden. That dull and gentle thud on the grass beneath your feet. And a certain peace and tranquility begins to envelop you as this natural environment begins to almost infuse itself within your mind, as any worries or prior thoughts from before entering the garden drift and fade away. And you head over to some of those plants. You touch the petals of the roses, feeling their waxy, cool smoothness. You pull a rose towards you, holding that firm stalk, feeling the gentle pressure as the rose flexes in your direction, smelling the scent of that rose before carefully moving the rose back into position. And you head through this garden to an open area of grass, just a short distance from a small pond in the garden. You lay a blanket down on the grass. You rest down onto the blanket. The grass just beneath the blanket, propping the blanket up ever so slightly. As you touch the blanket with a hand, it feels almost like the blanket is resting on a carpet of air, like a cloud drifting through the sky. And you take a book out of your bag and a flask of drink. You see that robin flit down to the pond, standing on some stones near the edge of the water, popping its head and body into the water, flicking the water up over its shoulders, rustling around, washing itself carefully and preening, with tiny little splashes. And you can see the way small ripples drift across the pond's surface. And hear the occasional sounds of different birds which visit that pond to wash or drink. Out the corner of your eye, you notice some movement around a tree. You see a squirrel, legs splayed, clinging tightly to that tree. Scampering around the trunk. Sometimes smoothly, other times in jerky movements, sometimes stopping for a while, motionless on the trunk. Almost blending in with the trunk of that tree. you take out of your bag some food to eat and some napkins, and resting under the gentle warmth of the sun. You enjoy some of that food. You pour yourself a drink and enjoy the drink. Before settling back on the blanket. Carefully finding the bookmarked page in that book. Opening the book and beginning to read. And you decide to flick back a couple of pages just to read the end of the prior chapter, to recap where you left off previously before reaching the beginning of this chapter. Reading about an ogre who was misunderstood and was sent on a quest by a wizard in a deep, dark forest. And the reason the ogre was chosen was because of people's reaction and prejudgment, just based on what they are and how they look. And so the wizard felt this would give them an opportunity to learn and develop certain skills and have certain challenges on their journey that would help them to have the strength and motivation and skill to complete the quest they were being sent on. The ogre protested, said there are much better beings out there for the task. But the wizard told them, it's those experiences that you have, those that challenge us, that shape us and help us to grow into the person we need to be. If they just pick someone who's had an easy life, perhaps someone who's just always been popular and liked, they'll have no knowledge or skills of how to handle challenge, because they've always just had it easy. And so the ogre had agreed to go on this adventure. And now they're at the point in the story where the ogre has been travelling for many days, passed across the most incredible desert of white sand and bright light of the sun. They encountered a raccoon who created curious contraptions and invited them to dinner. Passing through some woodland, they met a wise old owl who'd seen everything there is to see in that woodland and knew everything there was to know. And now, heading out of woodland and into a clearing, they meet a cow who sat on a small wooden stool with 3 wooden legs. With a paintbrush attached to a front hoof. And they're painting the scene before them of rolling meadows, of a river weaving its way through the landscape below. And as the water of that river flows, so the light sparkles and dances across its surface. There are fields of sheep. There are fields with horses, fields with other cows. Off in the distance is a small town, and in the heart of that town is a tall church. And the ogre approaches the cow slowly and quietly, peering over their shoulder at the painting they're doing, before softly making an acknowledgement, letting the cow know that they're there. And the cow hears the voice, talking soft and gentle. And the ogre asks what they're painting and why, and is curious about the style. It looks like it's painted to resemble the scene, and yet there's something different about it to what the ogre can see with their own eyes. And without turning around, still just focusing on the painting and the task at hand, the cow explains what they're painting, why they're painting the way they are, and that the ogre is very observant to notice that it isn't a true representation. They say that when they're drawing and painting, and they absorb themselves in a moment and in a space, they begin to notice the connections between all things. And so what has been observed is that subtle connection, that web that weaves all things together, that binds us all together. Then the ogre approaches closer, and as they get next to the cow, so the cow glances up and sees that they're an ogre, And the ogre notices the cow takes a sharp in-breath, but then gets back to painting. And the ogre acknowledges this and mentions this to the cow. And the cow says, "As I turned and saw you, so I was surprised by what I saw." Our conversation was friendly. You sounded friendly. And yet when I saw you, just for a flicker in my mind, I thought you're an ogre. And the ideas associated with ogres briefly came to mind. But then I let that go. I knew that my reaction wasn't who you are. How you are is who you are. And so I focused back on my painting. And the ogre asks a few more questions about that painting and about the connection of all things. They explain that they're on a journey. They've been sent on a quest by a wizard from a dark forest. They're in search of ancient ruins. And they've heard that within those ancient ruins are magical glasses. But they've not been told any more about them. Just that they need to go find the magical glasses. And when they do, they'll know the answer to resolve the quest. And the cow says that if you can understand that all things are connected, then you can tap into that part of you which is connected with everything else. And when you do, it allows you to communicate on a deeper level, to understand the world around you on a deeper level. And that helps you to find your way in a whole new way. And the ogre thanks the cow, continues on their journey, walking down the meadow. Bees dancing from plant to plant. The sounds of nature, so soothing and calming. The ogre finds their way to the path, which leads down to the river. And as they near the river, so the sound of the water increases, its gentle flow. The sounds of ducks and swans. The splashing of a swan coming into land. The sight of ducks bobbing their heads under the water, legs kicking in the air. than when they right themselves. The water flows off the duck's back without seeming to be obstructed or sticking to the feathers. And noticing a mother duck and some ducklings with their high-pitched, squeaky quacks heading along the edge of the river, hugging the shore. The children weaving in and out of reeds, picking at the greenery along the edge of the shore. The mother keeping just a little bit out away from the reeds, keeping an eye on those kids as they go. And the ogre continues walking along the edge of the river as it weaves through the landscape. Until encountering a stone bridge, crossing the stone bridge, and in the centre of the stone bridge, picking up some twigs from the ground, dropping them into the water and watching as they race under the bridge and float out the other side, twirling gently in the current. They continue walking along towards the town. And as the sun is beginning to set, so they hear the church bells ringing. And the church bells are ringing in a pattern as the sun continues setting. The sky is darkening. And lights come on in that town, offering a gentle illumination in the distance. And the ogre navigates all the way to the town. But as they arrive at the town, so they notice at this time of an evening, after the sun has set, very few people are out and about. All the markets have closed. There are people milling around the bars and pubs. There are still the occasional person going into inns. And they head to an inn to ask for a room for the night. And without any judgment, the staff oblige. They head up to their room. They stand at the foot of the bed. They turn their back to the bed, lower themselves down to a seating position and then flop back, feeling the soft comfort of the bed beneath their body. They're so tired from their journey and their walking. They have to fight sleep long enough to change into some bedclothes. But very easily and effortlessly rest back and drift peacefully asleep to the gentle murmur of this town outside. And they drift into such a deep, serene sleep. Such a restorative, recuperative sleep. And the next morning when they awaken, the sounds outside are louder, as the hustle and bustle of the day have already begun. They head down for breakfast, and there are some people who seem to be watching and staring, perhaps even whispering among themselves. But the ogre just enjoys that most beautiful morning breakfast. The sense of breakfast being cooked. The smell of the different foods, the different drinks. And after breakfast, packing away their things, checking out and saying goodbye, continuing their journey through this town, out the far side of the town. And they find themselves walking for the whole day, crunching along on a rough road between that town and the next town. Turning off after most of the day of walking onto a different path, finding themselves occasionally lost in thought as they walk. And while they continue to walk, so the evening starts to set in again. And they notice the stars above beginning to disappear from view as clouds gently roll in. And while those clouds roll in, they feel large drops of rain striking their face and body. They're aware of the rain that's coming and decide to build a shelter on an area of grass along the edge of this path. And once they've built that shelter, so they settle in as that rain intensifies, and they can hear the drops striking their shelter. And those numbers of drops increasing and sounding heavier and heavier. And as the rain sounds heavier and heavier, so they find their mind relaxing deeper and deeper, as if something about the rain is deeply calming and peaceful, like it's washing away any worries, any negativity, cleansing, healing. And it doesn't take long for them to pass into sleep, faster than they even realized, completely unaware of the moment it happened. And while they sleep, they're unconscious, can still hear and perceive that rain and its soothing quality. And the next day when they awaken, they open their shelter and the air smells so fresh, that after rain smell, the smell of the landscape, of the nearby woodland, the glistening of the damp grasses and foliage, a certain stillness and calmness to this environment. And they pack themselves away and have something to eat and sort themselves out ready to continue their journey. And as they continue their journey, so they can see some hills in the distance, and atop one of those hills they see the silhouetted shape of a castle. For a few moments, their walk almost becomes a skip as they notice they're nearing their destination. And they walk deeper and deeper into the countryside, heading as directly as possible towards that castle. Weaving among undulating hills, watching fields of rabbits, fields of sheep, birds pecking at the ground in a freshly ploughed field, wispy clouds plodding through the sky. And as they near to the castle, they have to ascend a massive staircase up the side of a hill. And the height and length of the staircase feels a little overwhelming to them as they look at it. But they decide to just take one step at a time. So just focusing on their feet and on the here and now, They take one step at a time, slowly, methodically, carefully, ascending the staircase. And eventually they reach the top of the hill. As another day is drawing to a close, and they head over to the castle entrance, knock on the door, and after a while someone answers and invites them in, and calls them a weary traveller. And gestures for them to go and sit on the cosiest, most comfortable seats by a fireplace in a space in this castle that's been made to look so cosy, so peaceful, with thick rugs on the floor, books around the walls, soft lighting dotted through the room, and that gentle crackling of a fire. And the person in this castle sits near the ogre, asks them how their mission's going, and they say they must be near to their destination now. And the person acknowledges it isn't far to the destination from here. They explain that there used to be another castle near to this location. It wasn't built up high on a hill. It was built along the edge of a river, the river that meanders through this landscape. And when it was built, they explain, the water of the river was siphoned off to be a large moat around the outside of the castle. And at the end of the road that existed at the time, was a lip up to where a drawbridge would come down, creating a bridge. And things could enter and leave the castle by travelling across that drawbridge. And there was this loop created in the river to create that moat, like a ring attached to the side of the river. However unknown to those in the castle at the time, altering the flow of the river, even that little bit, meant that the water that kept flowing past wasn't quite as strong as it was before, due to some of it being siphoned off. And so unknown to those in the castle, the river wasn't so good at moving silt and other bits and pieces within the water constantly downstream. and so more and more of it settled. Some of it was getting hooked on the edge of where the ring of water was created. And over a number of years, gradually this shifted the course of the entire river, enough to mean it was no longer next to the castle. And it was too much work for those at the castle to be able to change that flow and keep it how they wanted it. So after a few generations, one of this person's ancestors decided to relocate and build a castle high up on a hill instead, where they could survey the landscape below. And after telling their tale, the person said that old castle was just left to gradually go to ruins. The water in the moat gradually dried up. Over the eons, nature reclaimed the moat and managed to wedge itself into the stone of the castles and has been wearing down the castle ever since, until it became the ruins it is today, still being worn down and with barely any sign of the moat, just a slight dip in the landscape around the ruins of the castle. And the person asks if the ogre would like to stay for the night, prepares them a nice meal and drink, shows them to a room with the most comfortable bed covered in blankets, and a curtain that seems to go around 3 sides of that bed, giving a very royal feeling to this bedroom. And they look out from the windows over the landscape below. Through the clouds they occasionally catch a glimpse of the moon as it illuminates the night sky. They head to bed and drift comfortably asleep. And the next morning, they're awoken to the smell of the most gorgeous breakfast. They enjoy that breakfast before setting off on the final leg of their journey. They feel more so now than they have before, that deep connection with the world around them, as if nature is guiding them. They just have a perception of it, like they can hear nature encouraging them in certain directions. They follow the edge of a river, the one which changed course over the years. They then break free from that river, walking into woodland. Pushing through the undergrowth. That scent of pine and other trees and wildflowers. The occasional late bluebell dotted around some of the tree trunks. The most incredible patchwork of mushrooms, carpeting the woodland floor. And they can see the ruins through the trees as they approach, so they have to walk down a very slight ditch and up the other side. Trees growing at strange angles in the ditch. They walk into the ruins. And it's more like rubble and the occasional partial wall and vines wrapped around everything. And they feel themselves drawn as they close their eyes and relax to a specific point within these ruins. And when they stand on that point, they feel a hum that passes through their body. They crouch down, they remove the dead leaves. They dig down a little bit and find what looks like a trapdoor. They open the trapdoor and descend some steps into a slightly musty space beneath the ruins. And against the back wall in this space, as they illuminate it with a torch, its light dancing and flickering off the stone walls. They see two glasses resting on two coasters sitting on a table. They walk over to those glasses. Next to the glasses is what looks like an old bottle of wine. They pour a little bit of that into one glass. They have a sniff of that liquid. They taste a little bit on their lips. And as the liquid flows ever so slightly inside them, they start to feel a certain sense of peace and comfort, a deep sense of harmony. They start to see a purple glowing light with a faint ringing bells sound moving around this chamber. They follow that sound and find in one wall, behind a lopsided picture, is a cubbyhole, and in that cubbyhole is another drink. They take that bottle They pour some of that into the other glass and take a sip of that. And one liquid is more red and one liquid is more white. And they feel an even deeper connection having a second sip. And they feel this intuitive sense of mixing the drinks. And they pour some of the drink from both bottles into one of the glasses. So they pour some of the drink from each bottle into each glass. They swirl around the drink. They feel there's a ritual to do. They slide the glasses towards them. They turn each one 90 degrees and then 90 degrees again. They raise them up, clink them together, lower them back down. They then very carefully pour the lighter liquid onto the darker liquid, and as they carefully do that, so they watch as it flows straight through that darker liquid and begins filling the glass from the bottom until that glass has the darker liquid at the top and the lighter liquid at the bottom. They hold it up in front of them and notice as it nears the torchlight that it gently fizzes and pops. They swirl it around slightly, and as it swirls, so it mixes, and while it mixes, so it changes colour and becomes all the colours of a rainbow. And out the top, a like mini firework display, a pop of colour filtering over the top of the glass, drifting down around them. They blow across the top of the glass, blowing some of that away, and gulp back that liquid. And as they gulp back the liquid, so they feel it passing in their mouth, down their throat, down through their body, and the liquid within them begins to turn to light, spreading healing, comfort, and well-being up to their brain, around their head, their ears, their eyes, their cheeks, their jaw, their nose, around their neck, down into their shoulders, down to the tips of their fingers, bringing deep comfort down through their body, all the way down to the tips of their toes, and their eyes gently close. And as their eyes close, so they relax deeper and deeper into the experience, feeling themselves sitting down, placing the glass down, sitting on the floor, closing their eyes, deeper and deeper, as they drift into the most pleasant experience. They begin to connect with the universal wisdom of old ages, a connection with all things in the land. They begin to learn what it was the wizard sent them on this journey to discover, and why it was that they were needed for the journey. And they learn the wisdom they need to impart back to that wizard, to
bring light to the dark forest. And after their experience, which seems to last just a few minutes, and yet they were asleep for hours, and they feel so deeply refreshed, they open their eyes and leave this chamber, and they leave the ruins and find it's morning on a whole new day. And they make their long journey all the way back past those they've met on the way, back to that wizard. And as you finish reading the book, so you notice that the evening is setting in. You can hear a toad by that pond gently croaking. You can hear crickets in the landscape around you. As you close the book, and the warm red of the setting sun carefully fades over the horizon, you clear everything away, head back through the garden, back into the house. You make yourself something to eat and drink. You enjoy that food and drink, and resting through the evening before heading to bed, settling down in bed and drifting and floating so peacefully and comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself waking up comfortably one morning in a log cabin to the sounds of woodland outside, the sounds of some of the birds in the trees, the sounds of distant ducks on the lake, a little way into the heart of the woodland. And you wake up, climb out of bed, seeing the gentle glow of daylight as it passes through the thin curtains. You get yourself dressed and open the curtains. You can notice that woodland outside, and this cabin is in a little bit of space within the woodland. And you can see the trees outside, the branches gently swaying in the breeze, the blue sky beyond the woodland, the occasional white wispy cloud. Perhaps noticing a bird circling around overhead way off in the distance above the woodland. And you can feel the soft rug beneath your feet. And you walk out of the bedroom to the smell of breakfast in the dining area in the kitchen, and the clinking and clattering of plates and cutlery as the table's laid. And you head through to the kitchen area, and you see your loved one smiling over at you, greeting you for the morning. And you sit down at a bench at a dining room table, They bring over some food and drink. Place that down before you. An overlight conversation and the smell of food and drink. You tuck into that food. You drink that drink. You think about what you'll be doing today. And in this room, it's connected to the living space. You can notice the comfortable chairs in the living space, the log fire which currently isn't lit. And on a rug in the centre of the room, the cat is curled up, sleeping, so peacefully, so calmly. And after you both finish your food, you get ready to go outside, change into suitable footwear and clothing. You grab backpacks. You head outside the cabin and close that door behind you with a clunk. And there's a cat flap in the door, and so the cat can come and go as it pleases. And the two of you set off down a couple of steps, down onto the grass, feeling the warmth of the morning sun, hearing the sounds of songbirds clearer now you're outside, and the rustling of those leaves. As together you walk towards the trees and head into the woodland. And sunlight breaks through the leaves and dances before you. The songs of birds echo through the woodland, reverberating off the trees. You notice some deer in the woodland, grazing, keeping themselves to themselves, occasionally glancing up in your direction, just to make sure that they know where you are, to make sure that they're safe. And you walk deeper and deeper into the woodland. And as you walk deeper into the woodland, so you're heading in the direction of the lake. And you talk as you walk, just gentle, small talk, enjoying each other's company, sometimes holding hands, sometimes separating off, maybe taking some photos, or going to look at something before coming back together again. As you continue walking through this woodland, and within the woodland, you can barely notice the breeze, but you can still hear the rustling of those leaves. And after a while, you begin to hear the gentle lapping of the water on the shore of the lake. and the trees gradually part as you come out onto the shore of that lake. The water, so beautiful and pristine, so calm, just the soft lapping along the shore edge. And unusual for most lakes, this area of shore has white sand, almost like a beach on the side of a lake. And the lake is a beautiful shade of blue, with the dancing diamond light of the sun sparkling across its surface. Around the outside of the lake, you can see the rest of the woodland, and off in the distance you can see tall hills and low mountains. And together you lay down some blankets on that sand. You rest down on the sand, place your backpacks down beside you, smelling the slight fresh air from the lake. You take items out of your backpacks, lay it out before you like a picnic. You feel the warmth of the sun now, approaching midday, shining down upon you, the warmth on your cheeks, spreading in and down through your body, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm and comfort. You chat and laugh as you eat your picnic together, feeling so relaxed here on the edge of the woodland, the edge of the lake, on that soft sand, the gently rustling leaves behind you, the gently lapping water before you, enjoying each other's company, forming some pleasant memories you'll cherish and hold on to. And after eating for a while, you walk down to the water's edge. You wash your fingertips in the water. You run your hands through the water, feeling the texture and the temperature of the water as it flows so gently and peacefully through your fingertips. Then you take off your footwear and you wade just up to your ankles in the water and just stand there, closing your eyes, absorbing yourself in the moment, the coolness of the water, the sensation of the gentle water tension, gripping softly around your ankles, the feeling of the water rising ever so slightly up and down as those shallow waves roll past to the shore. Breathing in the warm air, feeling the warmth of the sun, listening to the peace of nature, sounds around you, absorbing yourself in the moment. Almost as if time stands still. And then after a while, you walk back onto the shore. You dry off your feet a little. You rest back down on that blanket. You let your feet begin to dry in the sun as you just enjoy being in the moment, lying down in that sun on the shore of the lake. Your loved one lying down beside you. Everything packed back into your backpacks. And you just enjoy being at peace and in the moment. And after an undisclosed length of time, unsure whether a few minutes had passed or maybe a few dozen minutes, you decide to read for a while. You prop yourself up on your backpack and still enjoying nature and the atmosphere. You begin to read and relax. No sounds of people, no sounds of aeroplanes or other man-made sounds, just sounds of nature and your loved one beside you, relaxing so comfortably. And your attention becomes absorbed deeper and deeper into the book, absorbed in the story unfolding on the pages. About a kitten searching for a long-lost crystal, following streams of consciousness, infused with nanobots, pulsing from a small magical box, floating in space. And the kitten finds that box and follows that stream of consciousness, navigating in their spacecraft along the stream of consciousness. Until they notice the stream of consciousness flowing to a planet around a distant star. And they can see on the planet where the stream of consciousness is heading. So they land their craft a short distance from that location, and they explore this strange land. And as the sun sets here on this strange land, they set up a campfire. And they can hear the gentle hum from the stream of consciousness as it pulses a little bit in the distance. And they rest for the night by that campfire. With the first light of morning, they continue following the sound of the stream of consciousness. And at the heart of the sound, they discover a cave. And they descend into that cave. They explore this cave, the echoing footsteps as they walk, the faint dripping of distant water, filtering through the rocks above. And eventually the cave opens out into a vast chamber. A chamber filled with crystals, and in the heart of that chamber is a purple crystal. And they walk over to that purple crystal, and as they get closer to it, so it glows, and the glow begins to intensify. The closer they get to that crystal, the brighter and more pure that purple glow. And when they take hold of that crystal, so time begins to shift. That sound of dripping grinds to a halt, as if time has stopped. And they begin to get a sense of thoughts and ideas meandering into their mind, teaching them something so deep and so meaningful about this place. And you continue to read for a while. But as time goes on, with the comfort of the environment, the gentle rhythmic lapping of the water on the shore, the soft rustle of the leaves in the trees, and the woodland behind you, the eyes looking down ever so slightly to read, they begin to want to close, and you feel more relaxed. And so you place a bookmark into the book. You close the book and rest it on your chest. As you rest your head back into your backpack, and you allow yourself to begin to drift so peacefully and comfortably asleep. And while you find yourself drifting asleep, so you can still notice the gentle warmth of the sun on your face, the sounds of the lapping water and the rustling leaves, but it all begins to fade and feel more distant as your unconscious begins to become lost in thought. And as you lose yourself in thought, so your mind drifts to pleasant thoughts and ideas of times spent with your loved ones, to your time here, to thoughts of the future, things you've got to look forward to thoughts of things you're grateful for, and your thoughts bring you a deep sense of peace and calm and comfort. As you drift even deeper and deeper asleep, and after a while your partner wakes you up, lets you know that it's probably best not to fall asleep in the sun for too long. And maybe you should continue the journey. And you take a little moment to reorient back to being on the edge of that lake. Before standing up and packing the last few bits away, including shaking off the blankets and wrapping them up and putting them in the backpacks. And together you continue following the edge of the lake. You walk away from that white sand. You continue your journey around the edge of the lake. And the surface around the edge of the lake isn't a proper path, so it's a little uneven. And sometimes you're having to navigate around foliage which is sticking out close to the lake. And you get round to the side of the lake, and then follow round to the far side. You begin to walk away from that water, the lapping on the shore fading into the background. And as you walk, you keep walking around and you find a stream that feeds into this lake. And you balance as you walk along stepping stones across this slow and gentle stream. And as you cross, you watch the way the water flows, the way it meanders and weaves and wraps itself around the stones as it flows, the way it speeds up and slows down. As parts of the stream are more open and unobstructed, and other parts have some stones standing in the way. And the occasional leaf floating and bobbing and turning itself gently around as it flows down the stream. And together you continue on the far side of the stream, following the stream for a little while, before cutting away from the stream, cutting through the woodland, And as you continue to walk, and afternoon continues to set in, you notice a path again, and so you join that path and begin to follow the path. And the path leads down to the ruins of an old church, and the roof of the church has collapsed. Some of the stonework has collapsed. But one side of the church is still standing, and on top of that side is a weather vane, turning gently to show the direction of the wind. And each time the weather vane changes direction, so you can notice just the slightest hint of a creak and squeak. And together you walk into the ruins of the church. A couple of pews are still in position. Others have broken and collapsed, and some are upturned. And there's still a stone altar within this church space. And there's still a stone font, although currently the top of it is at a slight angle, and the only water in it is old rainwater. And you think to yourself about how people would have gathered here, and perhaps a family would be here as a baby's baptized. And as you turn around in this space and look back down the church, you imagine people congregating here. You assume that somewhere near this space must be an old road leading to a town. Or maybe it was a church for a small village. And against one wall is still half a stained glass window, the light shining in, the colours illuminating the floor and part of a wall in the church. And against another wall, you see the remains of a large pipe organ. Some of the pipes have fallen down and rotted, but others still seem in quite good condition, revealing what was once there. And you notice against the back wall of this church is a wooden door that's unopened, and you head to that wooden door. And beyond the wooden door you notice some steps leading down. And from the outside, this space just looks like it was the stone of part of the wall, part of a support to hold this part of the wall up. But actually this bit of support is hollow, and it's just hollow enough that you can walk in and descend those steps. And so you descend those steps and find yourself ascending into a high ceilinged corridor. And the steps head in the opposite direction to the church, and the corridor heads in the opposite direction to the church. And together you follow this corridor, shining a torch down the corridor, the light dancing off of the damp walls. A low, gentle rumble of a bit of the wind that manages to navigate its way into this corridor, funneling down, reverberating around. Footsteps echoing so peacefully. The atmosphere down here feeling deeply calming, bringing the most incredible sensation of peace and quiet. And after quite a walk, the corridor comes to an end with some steps, and you ascend those steps, find yourself at a door. You open that door and walk through, and you find yourself in a small chamber. And in this small chamber is a stone table. Resting on that stone table is a golden chalice, and in that golden chalice is the most incredible, almost electric blue liquid. The liquid smells so fresh and clean. Smells so pure. And there's a sign near the chalice suggesting to take a sip of this liquid if you visit here. And so you both take a sip of the liquid. And as you do, you feel that liquid pass in through your mouth. The coolness of the liquid spread down your throat, down to your stomach. That coolness spreading out to your arms and down to your fingertips, spreading around your neck, the top of your head, around your face, the back of your neck, around your shoulders, seeming to soften and relax. And you begin to feel more relaxed as that liquid continues to flow and spread through you, softening and relaxing your shoulder muscles, your chest muscles, the muscles in your arms, your face, down through your body, around your stomach, your lower back, all the way down into your legs to the tips of your toes. And with that deep physical relaxation, you feel your mind relaxing, becoming more focused, quietening down, as if the liquid is lulling the thoughts to sleep. Until there's a stillness in mind and a stillness in body. and you start to feel a connection with the here and now, and through time and space. You start to understand and perceive things previously unknown. And after having this deeply profound experience, you explore the rest of the chamber. You see a wall of books, of ancient texts and scrolls, and what looks like a door. And you go over to that door. You move a latch that looks like it opens the door, and the door gently swings open, and you find yourself in another church. As the door closes behind you, you see that the door just looks like a bookcase in a library. From this side, you'd never know there was a door even there. And there are people in this church. It's a well-kept church. And you walk around the church and everyone just greets you so friendly. You can hear the music being played on the organ, the way it reverberates around the church. You walk to the church exit and walk outside, and you find that you're in a small town. And there's some shops and some other buildings and places to stay. And there's just a very gentle hustle and bustle to this town. And you walk away from the church to explore the town. And together you decide to go to a local pub you see. You head into that pub and you talk to some of the locals about this place and where it is. One of them shows you a map. And you can see on the map where you're staying. You can work out where the ruins are and where this small town is. You ask about the church in the ruins, and they say that nobody really goes out that way nowadays. And there's so much woodland. People had forgotten there was even a church outside of town. And it's now the early evening. And so you both decide to enjoy a pub dinner. You relax down as that food's brought over. The sun's setting outside. They have a cosy fire on in the pub. There's a gentle murmur of people talking among themselves, the soft clang and clatter of people eating and clearing away plates. There's the smell of cooked food, the smell of different drinks, and such a cosy vibe to this space. And you enjoy your meals together and good conversation. And after eating, you then rest in the pub in the most comfortable armchairs, with a drink each, just enjoying the conversation with locals, learning the history of this place and this area, learning about the myths and legends. And not a single person mentions the secret passage. Nobody else brings up the old church. And with night time setting in, you both head out into the pub garden for a little while, still talking to some of the locals, enjoying the cool nighttime air. The distant sound of crickets, the way the moon shines its silvery glow across the landscape, the occasional wispy clouds passing across the moon, revealing a soft light illuminated within the clouds, the way the stars twinkle and shine overhead. And you ask at this pub whether they have a room for the night, and together you settle down in that room. You drift peacefully and comfortably asleep. And the next morning, you set off saying goodbye to those here at the pub. You explore for a little while around the town. You buy some gifts and different items from market stalls before heading back towards the cabin that you're staying in. And you decide not to find your way back through the church to the other church, but instead to follow a map and follow the paths and find your way back through the woodland. And you walk past some farmland. You follow the stream, which you assume is the same stream. You follow a large bridleway which meanders into a smaller footpath. Before heading off that path and just weaving your way among the trees, pushing branches out the way, smelling the leaves and that scent of the wood. Feeling the texture of the bark as you go, crouching beneath some branches, sometimes having to climb over some fallen down trees, but enjoying each other's company as you go. And together you navigate through the woodland until eventually you find yourself at the shore of the lake. You follow your way around the edge of the lake. The sounds of the trees still rustling, the lake water gently lapping, ducks flapping in the water and splashing and landing and taking off. as you head around the outside of the lake, all the way back to that point on the lake where you'd rested on the artificial beach, then cutting back through the wood as the sun's beginning to set again, heading in to the cabin and noticing the cat there as if it hasn't even moved, and yet some food that was left in a bowl in the corner of the kitchen has gone, so the cat has obviously moved around a little. And you put some more food in the bowl and the cat instantly perks up and heads over to that bowl. And you and your loved one prepare some food and drink. Get yourself cozy and comfortable now you're back in the cabin. You enjoy that food and drink before resting in those most comfortable armchairs in the living space, putting some logs in the fireplace and lighting the log fire, conversing about your experiences and just generally enjoying conversation with each other to the flickering, dancing light of the fire, the gentle sounds of the fire popping, the way shadows dance and leap around the walls, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks as you enjoy talking long into the night until the fire is burning down to embers and eventually goes out and you head to bed. And you don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but you do know that you look forward to discovering and knowing you'll learn something new as you settle down in bed, making yourself comfortable, feeling deeply relaxed as you drift and float so peacefully and so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. A little kitten named Ruby is resting in front of the most comfortable, cozy fireplace. And Ruby's lying on a thick, furry rug, snuggled down, the warmth of the fire, gently brushing her back, soothing her deeper and deeper into the most pleasant reverie. The gentle sounds of the crackling fire, the dancing of the orange light through her eyelids, as it gently illuminates corners of the room. The slight airy sound as the smoke rises up the chimney place. And Ruby continues to just relax and drift and dream. And she begins to purr so softly and gently as the dream forms into the most pleasant experience. And in this reverie, Ruby imagines walking through the home she knows so well, climbing the stairs, having to really stretch up, oink her front legs over the step, scramble with her back legs, pushing them up onto the step, then jump up, get her front legs over the next step, work herself up as she scrambles with her back legs, pushing her body up onto that step. And she does that for each step, all the way to the upstairs of the house. And here upstairs, the noises from downstairs are far fainter. That distant sound of the fire gently crackling away. Distant dancing orange glow, barely reaching the upstairs. And she wanders down a corridor, and there's a long, comfortable rug down this corridor, and different rooms branching off from the corridor, some bedrooms, a bathroom, and a study full of books. And she heads through to the study. And in the study, the shelves of books seem to tower above her all around the walls. And in this room, it's so peaceful. The sound is so muted. The air feels so still and calm. And next to a desk is a small cat bed. She climbs onto that squishy cat bed. Has a sense of turning around and resting in that bed. And while she rests in that bed, so she starts to hear a curious sound. She hears the sound of some tiny squeaks. And the sound almost like birds flapping. And her ears prick up with curiosity. And she looks around, more scanning with her ears than her eyes, trying to pinpoint the sound. She finds herself looking up towards the ceiling. And as she looks up towards the ceiling, so she realizes the sound must be coming from the loft. And so she heads back out into the corridor. She examines the corridor. And there's a small, narrow table against one wall. And on that table there's a vase, a couple of pots, and some flowers. And next to the table is a small and comfortable chair. No one ever really sits in this chair, it's more for decoration. Just the aesthetics of the property. Ruby thinks the idea was that perhaps he would use it to put shoes on and off, if they came out of their bedroom and were about to go out, they'd have a chair they can just sit in quickly, put their shoes on, head down the stairs and straight out of the front door. But the family that lives here generally leaves their shoes by the front door, so none of them seem to use the chair. And along the wall a little further are some shelves connected to the wall with some small knickknacks on those shelves. And over the other side on the far wall is a picture in a frame attached securely to the wall. And so Ruby has an idea. She looks around and she can see that the string of the loft hatch is hanging down in the centre of the ceiling. And so she scrambles up onto the chair, jumps up and just about manages to make it onto the table. Weaves her way around the items and then jumps up at the shelf and then wiggles her bum a little before leaping across to the picture, hanging on to the top of the picture, shimmying along that picture frame. And once she's in line, with the cord attached to the loft hatch, she lifts up her back legs, pulling them up as high as she can, pushes off the picture, lets go of the frame, twists her body in the air, keeps her eyes locked on the string, claws out, catches the string, and hangs from that string. And after just a moment, the hatch above her gently swings down open, and when it reaches a certain point, the ladder begins to descend from the hatch. And she makes the long drop back down to the floor. As the ladder reaches the ground, she walks around to the steps of the ladder, scrambles up onto the first step, has to jump to reach the second step, scrambles onto that step, jumps to reach the third step, and proceeds to jump and scramble her way all the way to the top of the ladder and into the loft. And once in the loft, she looks around, and this loft is kept so tidy and so clean, and she can hear that sound and sees a strange creature flying around. And she approaches underneath that strange creature, looking up with curiosity, and asks it what it is. and it flies down and lands hanging upside down on the underside of a shelf, swinging gently back and forth at the same height as Ruby, and explains that they're a bat, and they don't normally visit this property. There's a small window into this loft, and it was left slightly ajar, and they'd found their way in. But they'd heard that there was a kitten here who was highly curious and enjoyed adventures. And so they said that the elders would like to meet with the kitten and this small bat, which is so furry and delicate, explains where the elders are and how to find them. And hands Ruby a small map. And Ruby tucks the map into her collar, and the bat flies away and heads back out that window. Ruby descends the steps down that ladder, gathers up a few items in a small bag, and Ruby has her own coat. And normally the humans who live here will put the coat on her, but she knows how to do it for herself. And so she puts the coat on herself, with the bag attached to the back. And wearing this coat makes her back arch very slightly strangely, and makes her walk a little strange at first while she gets used to it. And she heads to the cat flap at the back of the kitchen, walks through that cat flap and out into the night time. And as she walks into the back garden, she can smell the scent of the beautiful flowers. She can see the way the moon's light casts its silvery glow across the landscape, and how blue the landscape looks late at night. And Ruby has remembered the beginning of the route following the map, and so she heads through the garden, brushing through the tall grass, squeezing under the hedge at the end of the garden, and out into the fields beyond. And while walking through these fields, she can hear crickets rubbing their legs together. She can hear the occasional sound of birds. And something about this space out here at this time of night feels so peaceful and calming. And as she continues walking across the fields, So she gets further away from the hedge, further away from the trees that were dotted around near the hedges, into the open fields, and so the sounds of birds gradually faded, and the sounds of crickets gradually faded, and there was just that faint sound of the breeze blowing through the fields, the gentle rustling. And she continued to walk, and the bright moon overhead appeared to have a halo around it, as the finest clouds passed in front. And it almost looked magical. And on reaching the far side of the field, Ruby turned down the path, and it was a dirt track that was almost like two grooves and a tuft of grass down the middle. And the track was compacted mud and some loose chalk. And she walked, enjoying the environment along this track, finding her eyes gazing all around her at the stars in the sky, at the beauty of the moon, at the softly moving silhouetted trees and plants around her. And after a while of walking, she finds her way to a crossroads and can see the signposts. An old, gnarly wooden signpost with a few different directions. And she checks out the map, looks back at the signpost and knows which way to go. And so she follows the correct route. Now heading away from farmland and all those fields, towards open meadows where wildflowers grow free, where deer graze and rabbits can be seen jumping around, gnawing at grasses and darting into their burrows. And she continues following this meadow till she starts to hear the soft sound of flowing water way off in the distance. She refers back to the map. You can see that the route she has to take follows the side of a lake, and then the stream that leads into that lake. And she places the map away again and walks along towards that sound of water, and can see the lake as it appears in the distance. its surface sparkling like a million diamonds as the moonlight dances and skips across the water. And as she gets near to the lake, so she hears the splashing of a duck bathing, sees the sight of a swan sleeping, just gently floating, its legs just beneath the water, moving slightly, as if to help keep the swan in position. And along the edge of this lake, the tall reeds that are rustling as the waves gently lap towards the shore. And she heads along this lake, follows the lake round, heads over a small stone bridge that crosses the beginning of the stream and continues to walk along the other side of the stream. Almost walking with a slight skip, at the pleasure of being out in this environment, how calming and deeply relaxing it is. And after quite some time of walking, Ruby reaches a point where she has to turn off down another track, and she follows this track towards a building in the distance. And it's a small stone building which looks important. It looks like more of a house, but not as much as a palace or a castle. And it seems a little bigger than a house, but not much. But something about it seems important. And she arrives at that building, walks up to the large wooden door, does her best to knock on the door. And she can hear some movement the other side of the door. And then she can hear some locks unlatching. And then the door gently opens. And she sees a beagle standing the other side of the door, who invites her in. And she heads in, and the beagle closes the door behind her. And like her own home, there's a fireplace gently burning in the corner of the room. There's the most comfortable rug resting on the floor. And there are 3 beagles standing in here. And they introduce themselves as the elders. That they're the keepers of the book of knowledge. They impart wisdom to travellers who are deserving of that wisdom. And they show Ruby through to what looks like a vast library. And in the heart of the library is a book on a table which seems to almost be humming with knowledge. It looks like it's almost sparkling with magic they guide Ruby all the way to that book. They carefully open the book, and they begin to reveal secrets of knowledge and wisdom to Ruby. And it feels like it takes hours for them to reveal those secrets. But as they approach the last page, Ruby can see that different travellers have written in the book, and they ask her to write something down. Something personal, something she would like to achieve. Almost like a commitment to herself. And so Ruby writes that down on the page, signs her name, and the book is closed. And with that, one of the elders hands her a small scroll and tells her this scroll will give her instructions to fulfill a quest before heading home. And so she takes that scroll. She's asked if she would like to stop for a while and have some refreshments, as she's already been on a long journey. And so she sits with the elders and enjoys a drink and some food and some good company. And after that drink and food and good company, feeling full and satiated, and deeply calm and relaxed, she says goodbye to the elders, leaves the building. She looks at the scroll, reads the instructions, and marks her new destination on her map. And she has to follow a winding road to the most beautiful spring before following another path to where she's going. And so she follows that path, getting deeper and deeper into the landscape, following the map, often from memory, while gazing around, enjoying nature. She continues, wandering and drifting and dreaming through the landscape, until she notices a random elderberry bush and knows that's the point to turn slightly off this path. And she'll be cutting through some woodland, but there's another path she'll be finding the other side of the woodland. And she cuts into this nighttime woodland, the moonlight only occasionally managing to penetrate the canopy overhead, with shards of silver light dancing as the wind blows a breeze and the leaves gently rustle. And she continues on this serene journey, with a deep sense of peace and harmony and a connection to this world around her. And she finds her way at the other side of the woodland to another path which she follows, and she continues following that path to a freshwater spring. The smell of that water, smelling as fresh as it looks. And she follows that spring as the water flows towards the seashore. And it's quite a walk she has to make through this landscape, heading towards that seashore. It feels like many hours before she even starts to hear that faintest sound of waves lapping onto the shore. And she can see, as she approaches, over undulating meadows, following this stream, the faintest hint of the ocean in the distance, being able to just about make out where the ocean is and where the sky touches that ocean. And she arrives at the ocean, walks through the softest golden sand, can hear the sound of the ocean waves as they lap on the shore and pull some of that sand back before lapping back on the shore again. And she walks along the edge of the water, there are points where the undulating meadows blend straight down to the seashore and the sand, and other points where there are small cliffs. And as Ruby explores the cliffs, she finds a cave she's looking for. She lights a torch and heads into that cave, hearing the way the sea echoes in the cave. But the further she walks into the cave, the more distant the sea sounds. And as she walks, so this cave passage opens out into a cave chamber. And in the heart of the chamber is a glowing, sparkling tree. And it's such a delicate looking tree, with a narrow trunk, symmetrical branches, most beautiful leaves, sparkling with magic, glowing with its own light. And on this tree is a single fruit, and she approaches that tree, she takes that passion fruit from the tree and, as instructed in the note she was given, she takes a bite of that juicy passion fruit, and then another and another, until the passion fruit is all gone. She then follows the instructions that she's to go and lay on a certain bed in this chamber. And the bed looks like a stone slab with the most comfortable blankets on top. She climbs up and rests down and finds her eyes wanting to close. And as her eyes close, so she feels herself drifting and floating deeper and deeper into a reverie. Feeling so calm and comfortable, so deeply relaxed. And as she drifts deeper and deeper into this passion fruit fueled reverie, it's as if her eyes open in a new land, where she's in a room, in an old wooden cottage, and the furniture in this room is singing and dancing. And there's a woman here singing and dancing with that furniture. And she can see through the windows. The sun is shining and it looks like such a beautiful day. And outside is a white horse. And she feels compelled to go outside and meet the horse. And so she heads over towards one of the windows which is open, climbs up and out of the window, jumps down the other side, and heads over to the horse. And this horse, which is almost glowing with how white it is, introduces themselves as basically they always take the simplest option to a solution. And they say that they've been expecting Ruby to appear here. They've been waiting. They gesture for Ruby to climb up onto their back. And basically, Ruby then walk off from the cabin before basically begins to trot. And then the trot turns into a canter, and Ruby holds on tight. And as the canter turns into a gallop, so bubbles seem to form around basically's feet. and basically takes off into the air, riding on a bed of bubbles, leaving a trail of bubbles behind, galloping through the air above this magical and unknown landscape. And basically takes the easiest route they can up to a land in the clouds, lands on the clouds, slows down to a trot and then a walk, and approaches an ivory-coloured tower, glowing in these clouds. And comes to a halt at the entrance to the tower and tells Ruby, you need to head in there to see the person you're here to see. And Ruby dismounts, heads up to the grand door, knocks on that door, and the door softly opens, and Ruby walks in, and the tower seems to be empty, but Ruby can hear someone talking to them. And she looks around to try and work out who's talking and where from, and discovers this person is invisible. They're invisible because people forgot who they were. People stopped believing in them. And when people stopped believing, they faded away. And they want Ruby's help to be visible again. And they explain that people have stopped believing in love, that there are some lands where people do, but there's a threshold, a tipping point, where when a certain number of people stop believing in you, it's as if you just become invisible. But you're not allowed to try to change people's minds yourself. But Ruby, being a curious kitten, has the ability to help to touch the hearts and minds of many. And the invisible person asks Ruby to head over to a ruby red rug in the corner of this room. Asks Ruby to put on the magical mittens, to rest down on that rug, cross her legs, close her eyes, and begin to drift into a meditation where she'll project herself into the minds of all those who've stopped believing in love. and to influence their dreams. So they dream of having a kitten like Ruby, playing with Ruby, feeling Ruby rest on their lap, purring while being stroked. And so Ruby settles down on that rug, closes her eyes, drifts into a meditation, imagines her mind and body relaxing, then imagines her consciousness gradually stretching out, and she can see threads of connection between herself, her consciousness, and all those who've stopped believing in love. She projects herself into their minds while they sleep. They begin to dream of having a kitten as a friend, a kitten that shows them love, that enjoys having their belly stroked, having their back stroked behind the ear, that will rest on their lap, giving out the most healing purrs. And as Ruby projects herself into the minds of those people, so she sees those people's cheeks turning slightly red and warm, colour coming back to their memories, love coming back to their heart. And one by one, each of those people is like a burst of light and colour, as love forms back in their life. And once each one has love back in their heart, so Ruby drifts from the meditation, awakens in that palace, can see before themselves the most beautiful, friendly-looking creature. They thank Ruby for all her help. They hand her a gift that's so precious it goes unspoken. Then she leaves the palace. She rides basically on those bubbles back down to that cabin. She heads back into the cabin, falls asleep in the cabin, awakening in that chamber. She leaves the chamber and walks along the beach. Something about the way she walks now is lighter than it was before. Something within her has changed, as has the world around her. And she really takes her time to find her way back, until she drifts into the deepest of sleeps and wanders and meanders through the stages of sleep before awakening on that rug in front of that fire. And after awakening on that rug in front of the fire, she decides it's time to settle down somewhere else. She feels things here have shifted, like somehow this entire dream sequence was deeply meaningful. So she finds a new spot to settle down in, somewhere a little cooler than by the fire. She settles back down, and so easily and effortlessly she drifts and floats, peacefully asleep, into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you're wandering through an early morning meadow. There's low fog bubbling around your feet, simmering just above the plants and the grasses of this meadow. And something about that milky, bubbling fog and the rising sunlight, which is gradually evaporating that fog away, seems to give a certain stillness to this environment, almost as if the sound of each footstep struggles to weave its way through the fog and out to your ears. And as you continue to walk through this meadow, the sun continuing to softly and slowly rise over the horizon, you can hear the morning sounds of songbirds singing gently in the trees, occasionally seeing the puff of fog bounce as rabbits leap through the meadow. And you can feel the slight cool air on your cheeks, with that tinge of warmth from the sun. And while you walk through this serene meadow, occasionally you find yourself lost in thought, your mind drifting and wandering in the peacefulness of the experience. And as you wander and wander, you walk from the meadow into some woodland, passing through a gate. And to pass through that gate, you have to lift the latch, lift the gate, swing that gate open, turn around, holding the gate up as you move it back, lift it back into position and then lower the latch. And yet the fog just works its way through the gate, through the fence, meandering along the floor of that woodland, easily and effortlessly finding its own way into the woodland. And as the fog in the woodland rises gently, so it gives the trees a greater sense of depth, As the nearer trees are more in view, you can notice their colours. But the further back you look, it's like the trees are layered. As their colours become more muted, and while walking through this landscape, some of those early rays of morning light shining, dancing golden rays through the branches, almost as if that light is zapping the fog, helping the fog to disperse, but giving the green leaves a slight yellow tinge that helps to create the most beautiful scene. And so you stop and take some photographs as you go, framing trees within your shot. The fog helping to create that separation between the subject you're photographing and the rest of the trees in the woodland. And knowing that ordinarily when walking in woodland and taking photos, you see trees with interesting character, gnarled branches and trunks, leaves hanging off trees in an interesting way, some trees having interesting symmetry, others having interesting asymmetry, but ordinarily with no fog. The background is too chaotic and similar to the tree to make the tree stand out and look as good in the photograph as it did to your eyes when you saw it. And so, taking this momentary opportunity, knowing the fog will dissipate fairly quickly, you take as many photographs as you can. And while the fog gently dissipates and rises up and leaves the canopy of the woodland, so you just have the sound of your footsteps and some singing birds for company. And while walking through this woodland, going deeper and deeper into the woodland, so you spot a deer in the distance, just noticing its form through the trees. You stop and take some photos of that deer, trying not to get too close to disturb it. As you continue on further, you can hear the hoot of an owl, and almost out of the blue, you spy a young owl resting in a tree, seemingly staying as still as possible, as if not to be noticed. You take some photos of that young owl before, out of the corner of your eye, seeing the parent owl with its fully formed feathers. You take some photos of that owl. and you feel that this has been a productive trip. Your observational abilities have really paid off in your patience and your calmness, walking so calmly through the woodland that you don't disturb the nature as you go. And while continuing to walk and explore the woodland, you come out at a lake in the heart of this woodland. And you sit down on the edge of the lake, with your feet gently in the water, that water so calm and soft, just the right temperature, the feeling of the water lapping peacefully over your feet, your lower legs. And you see an unusual sight for this area. You see a number of flamingo standing, wading in that water. And you watch as those flamingo stand there and then dunk their heads down below the surface for a while. Pull their heads back up, the water running, dripping off their beak. The way the light glistens across the lake surface, making the surface of the lake almost seem to sparkle. And while watching this scene, the sun, now higher in the sky, approaching midday, you rest back with a book. You begin to read that book, absorbing yourself in the story. And you absorb yourself in that story so much so that the sun continues to pass across the sky. Clouds drift past. Trees rustle. The flamingos continue to feed. The sun begins to set. And you start to notice that you're squinting a little to see the pages, and only then realize it's started to go dark, and discover how long you've sat here for, absorbed in that book, so deeply absorbed you didn't notice that time passing. You move away from the water's edge a little, decide to set up a camp, set up a campfire. And relax into the tent. You place the book beside a sleeping bag, ready to read a little more later. You make yourself comfortable before cooking yourself some food over that campfire, the scent of the food wafting calmly to your nostrils, helping your mouth salivate a little. You enjoy some food and drink as the sounds of crickets begin to form around you, like a small chorus of buzzing notes the occasional sounds of birds, and the sound of splashing in the lake as the birds on the lake move their wings, some perhaps landing on the water, others maybe taking off, others perhaps just cleaning themselves. But it's now too dark to see the lake. And the dusty patchwork of stars begin to awaken in the night sky. The arch of the Milky Way blanketing across the centre of the sky. Occasional shooting stars fizzing past. And you rest back into the tent. The entrance to the tent still open as you enjoy the warmth of the fire that's burning down to embers so softly and calmly. And once the fire is fully burned down and all the crackling of the fire has stopped, you seal up the entrance to the tent and lie back and continue to read. And while you read, you can hear the occasional scampering sound of small creatures outside. You hear the relaxing sound of the animals in the nearby woodland. You think you hear the sound of perhaps a deer walking up to the lake's edge, maybe drinking a little water, before heading back to the safety of the woodland. And you continue reading through that book, but start to feel your eyes getting heavier with each line you read, as if as your eyes are scanning left to right and then down a line, left to right and then down a line. Those eyes moving down feel more weighted down and heavier, and begin to want to close. And so after a number of hours of reading some more, you place a bookmark into the book where you're at. You put the book down beside you before settling back, snuggling down into the most comfortable way in that sleeping bag, feeling the perfect temperature and finding your eyes blink a few times before closing fully and discovering yourself drifting and floating so peacefully, so calmly, so relaxed asleep. And as you sleep, so you begin to imagine yourself in a computer game. and you're exploring a fantasy landscape. And you think of this game as perhaps being a bit like Skyrim, or maybe The Witcher, some kind of open world fantasy adventure. And you can see the tall mountains in the distance. The aesthetically pleasing river thundering through the landscape. And as you explore this landscape, you notice there are calm flowing streams weaving through forests, sharing their water with that larger flowing river. And while you walk around and explore, following a path through the landscape, you meet a small hedgehog. And this small hedgehog tells you that they have a quest for you. They'd like you to go in search of a long lost chalice. And they hand you a document, and you have a sense of that document pinning its details to a map. And you decide to do that quest. So you take a look at the map, start to follow the path to the next location for the quest. And you walk alongside that large river before detouring off through the forest, traipsing through the undergrowth, walking over the undulating landscape. You walk towards some lights of a town. You head into that town, seeing people arriving with horse and cart, some people riding on horseback. There's a market down the centre of the town with different vendors offering different services and selling different items. And there are buildings through the town, including inns and places to stay, places to get food and drink, and places for different services, like upgrading the clothes or the armour or the weapons. And you're quite happy with what you've got. But you decide that you will spend a night at the inn. So you head to the inn. You ask the innkeeper for a room for the night. They suggest you head upstairs. So you head upstairs and head to your room. You head over to the bed. And you have to decide how long to sleep for. And you work out in your mind that it's probably 8 hours until the sun will fully be risen. You decide to sleep for 6. You lay down in the bed, and you have this sense of those 6 hours counting down while you sleep deeper and deeper. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and on the count of 1, you open your eyes and climb out of bed. And it's still slightly dark outside, although there's the faintest hint that light will be coming soon. Then you head out of the inn and continue walking through this town, over a stone bridge, wandering through a marshy landscape, and then through a landscape filled with fields and hedgerows dividing those fields. And the sun beginning to rise above the horizon, the sky turning a golden colour as you continue to walk. And while walking, you notice off in the distance is an area of hills and meadows, and on one of the hills is a castle. And you look at the map and can see that seems to be where you're heading. And so you walk your way towards that castle. And while walking, you just enjoy the environment. You enjoy the sounds of birds, the feeling of the breeze, the rustling of the leaves in the trees. And you notice the gentle thud of each footstep you take. And on your journey, you hear a gentle meow, and so you slow down and almost sneak to try to not disturb whatever's meowing. And from under a bush, a small little ginger cat wanders onto the path. You head over to that cat, crouch down. You gently stroke its belly, stroke behind its ear. You stroke its back. The cat rolls onto its back, and so you stroke its belly some more. And then you set off and continue to explore. And as you do, you say goodbye to the cat. You apologize to the cat that you have to go. You continue walking along this path. The occasional person on horseback trots past you, says good morning as they go. And from time to time you stop and eat, and then continue on that journey. And later in the day, you eventually arrive at the road that leads to the castle. You follow that road up to the castle entrance. You knock on the door. The door then opens and you enter. And as you enter, So the footsteps echo around this castle, around this open space and stone walls. Occasionally you walk across thick rugs, which absorb each footstep you take, and then back out onto the stone floor. And as you walk around, so you look at the map, which is now more zoomed in, and you can see the rooms that you've explored within this castle. And you see the mark for where the princess is. And so you navigate your way round this castle until you find the most opulent grand room. And seated on a throne in that grand room is the princess. And you head over to the princess. And the princess tells you that to find the chalice that you're seeking, you need to head to the village for some beans. And once you have the beans, you need to know where to plant them, and it'll feel right. And then they'll grow. And you leave this princess, you navigate your way back out of the castle. You see that your map has updated. There's a new marker. And you walk back down that path to the main path and begin to navigate your way in the direction of that marker. And as you walk in the direction of that marker, so you enjoy the experience of meandering through nature. And the marker seems to be leading to a town in the heart of this land. And so you follow that road. You weave your way round and on to different paths, sometimes going off the path, scrambling through the meadows, wandering through woodland, watching as you get closer and closer to where you're headed. And this town in the heart of this land is much bigger than the towns you've seen previously. There are taller towers, larger structures, and a lot more light, which stands out as evening begins to set in. And you head to the town. And similar to other towns, there are market stalls through the centre of town, and buildings offering different wares, and places to stay and to eat. And you head over and talk to a ferret standing near the entrance to the town. You ask them where you can buy some magic beans. You explain what it is you're looking for. And the ferret directs you to a specific seller. You weave your way through the people in the town, looking at each market stall as you go. You find your way to the seller you seek, and they look like an old Victorian gentleman. They're wearing a long black cape, a tall hat, and dark clothes. They have piercing, friendly eyes. And you purchase off of them the bag of those beans. They tell you they only grow when it's a full moon, and that to grow them, it has to be in a location where the water marks an X, and there are no trees immediately around. And you thank them and take those beans and set off to leave the town. And while you walk out of the town, so you look at your map, you find a point where two streams seem to cross. And those streams seem to cross in a meadow. And so you walk your way through farmland, fields of sheep and cows, the sun still setting. You walk your way past the most pleasant smelling fields. And after leaving the farmland, you continue on past dotted trees. And you continue on until the path starts to follow the side of a stream. And as you listen to the babbling water, feeling more relaxed, you walk along the side of that stream. And after walking for quite some time, you reach that intersection where a stream crosses this stream. And there's a small, narrow bridge over the stream. And you head just over the bridge. You notice as the moon rises into the sky that it's a full moon. And so you plant one of those beans. And you plant one in each of the corners next to the stream, unsure whether there's a specific location you needed to plant them, or whether it didn't matter. You pat each one down. You apply a little of that water by cupping the stream water in your hands and pouring it over each bean one at a time. You then set up a camp a little way from the stream. You enjoy some food and drink, and then you settle down for the night. And as you rest and drift and dream and float so peacefully asleep, so the beans begin to grow. And the more the beans grow, the deeper asleep you seem to get. completely unaware of the connection with those beings. And when it reaches the morning, so you're woken by the light on the outside of the tent and the singing of songbirds. You unzip the tent and gasp ever so slightly at the sight where the 4 beans once were. Now what looks like wooden trunks of trees have grown and risen, and the 4 trunks have met above the centre of the cross of the streams, and intertwined and wrapped and grown taller and taller, those trees acting like a bridge with the flowing of the stream beneath them. And this tree seems to stretch up for as high as the eye can see. And at the foot of a tree is a small sign that just says, "Ascend me." And so you pack away the camping gear. You secure everything onto your back, and you begin to ascend. And it feels almost like you're rock climbing, navigating the trunk of this tree. And you carefully continue ascending higher and higher. And as you reach a certain height, you notice you're passing through cloud cover. After a little bit longer, you come out above the clouds and you see the most beautiful, almost ethereal, magical landscape. You carefully lower 1 foot down to that cloud-looking ground, unsure whether to trust it when you've just climbed through it. And when it looks just like a cloud, and although slightly soft, you don't sink through it. And so you climb onto that cloud, begin to explore this land. You take out your map and it seems to direct you through this cloud land to a specific location. And you walk through this cloud land, seeing curious creatures, interesting sights. And you arrive at a tall tower. You head into that tall tower, begin to ascend a spiral staircase, still following the map. And you arrive at a room within this tall tower. You carefully open the door to that room. It swings gently open to a creak. And on a plinth in the centre of this room, you see a sparkling chalice almost humming with a mystical, magical hum. You take that chalice, and as you pick the chalice up, so it's if the chalice is imbued with memories. You start to get memories of this chalice's journey to this location. And you learn that the chalice shouldn't really be moved from here. And so you decide to place it back where you found it. But you are told to seek the chalice, that was the quest you're on. But you notice as you've moved the chalice, some of the rocks in a wall have slid apart from the wall, and within that space behind the secret wall, you find a small cup and a note on that cup to say, "Drink me." And so you drink that drink, and you feel this deep sense of wanting to sit down a moment, as if it's an experience that requires being seated. And as you sit down, so your eyes get heavier and close, and you feel a wave of healing light pass from the chalice in through the top of your head, as if carried on the liquid you've drunk, passing that healing, pulsing gently down through your head, around your ears, your eyes, around your cheeks, your forehead, softening, relaxing, healing those parts as it flows down through your head, through your brain, through your nostrils, through your nose, through your mouth, your teeth, through your jaw, down the back of your neck, the sides of your neck, down the front of your neck, tingling and passing over the shoulders, down both arms, all the way down to the tips of the fingers, passing that healing light with each out-breath down through the body, until eventually the healing light reaches the tips of your toes, and your mind drifts deeper and deeper into an experience of inner discovery and wonder, learning and healing yourself on a deep and profound level, in ways you're even unaware of. And you feel this experience lasts for a long time, as you discover yourself becoming more absorbed in that experience. And then after the experience, you feel that something has changed within you. You have some new connection with reality. You also feel you don't need to take that whole chalice away with you. What you came here for, you've got. It just wasn't what you thought it was going to be. And the experience has made you so tired. You notice there's a bed against a wall opposite the chalice. You decide to lie just for a moment down on that bed. You rest there with your eyes closed, drifting deeper and more relaxed asleep. And after sleeping for a number of hours, you awaken. You find your way down and out of this tower, and at the foot of the tower, you see a ladybird, and the ladybird offers for you to climb on its back, and it'll take you home. And you climb on the ladybird's back. As that ladybird flies you over the landscape and takes you all the way home. And once home, you say goodbye to the ladybird. You head in to this home, and you know this isn't your real home, but your home here in this fantasy computer game. And you head up to the bedroom. You head over to the bed. And at the bed, you see the question for how long you should sleep for. You decide to sleep for 10 hours. You lie back and rest down. And as you drift and float so peacefully asleep, so the countdown timer counts down those hours from 10, 9, to 8, 7, to 6, to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's it. And then you awaken in this land. You leave your home. You feel a sense of saving the game. And with saving the game, you drift into the deepest, most profound sleep from this dream. And after going through a few cycles of deep sleep and dreams, you awaken feeling so refreshed. You continue on your journey through this countryside until eventually you arrive at a small country village. You walk through that village across cobbled streets. You walk to a small bed and breakfast. You ring the doorbell for this bed and breakfast, and a friendly woman answers the door and invites you in. You head up to your room. You've been told about where breakfast will be in the morning and the routines around here, and it's so quiet and peaceful. And so you settle down in that bed, and it is the most comfortable bed to sleep in. So comfortable, in fact, that just resting in the bed almost guarantees sleep. And you let your eyes close. And you feel that it's time now to drift and sleep. And so you start to fall asleep comfortably. And it doesn't take long for those eyes to close fully. Your body to relax deeply and comfortably. as you drift and float so peacefully relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell a story where you find yourself flying on a mushroom. And you're on that mushroom, soaring through the sky, weaving around wispy clouds, diving down through bulbous, puffy clouds. You can feel the cool air buffeting your cheeks, hearing the sound of the wind as it passes across your ears, and see that open, vast landscape below of rolling hills and meadows, of dense woodland, deer roaming around the meadow at the edge of a woodland, sheep and cows grazing in fields, a weaving river meandering through the landscape, and in the distance a turret perched atop a tall hill. And you steer that mushroom, flying it towards that turret. And as you get closer to the turret, so you notice the colour of the stone, the texture of that stone. You arrive at the tall turret. You land that mushroom in the meadow on this hill beside this turret. And as soon as the mushroom lands on that meadow, so it branches out into the ground. Seeking out its mycelial web in search of other similar mushrooms that it'll connect to and communicate with, while recharging and drawing some energy from the landscape. You climb down from that soft body of the mushroom. You walk through the meadow to the front of this turret. To a solid oak door. You rap 3 times on that oak door, and there's no answer. So you use the latch, carefully opening the door, walking inside, feeling the air pressure change as you enter, the quality of the environment shift, the sound become a little more muted. You close that door behind you, hearing the silence in here, inside this turret. You can see large rugs on the floor, bookshelves around the walls filled with ancient tomes, dust motes hanging delicately in the air. and a stone staircase wrapped around the edge of the wall. Walking to the centre of the room, standing on that soft rug, you look up multiple floors, seeing all the way up to the top of this turret. You begin ascending the stone staircase, walking to one corner, changing direction, ascending to the next corner. And each room doesn't quite fill the space. There's a hole going straight up the centre of this turret. And like a fence wrapped around that hole on each floor, and against each wall, tucked under the stairs, are numerous bookcases filled with the wisdom of thousands of books. You peer over the side of the fence looking down, seeing the floor below. Before continuing to ascend, working your way all the way to the top floor. And on the top floor, against one wall, is an old wooden table, surrounded by bookshelves. And on that table is a small plinth, and resting on that plinth is what looks like a giant marble or crystal ball, and there looks to be something within that. And as you walk over to that giant crystal ball, and as you get close, you notice within the crystal ball looks like a galaxy gently rotating in space. You get close to that crystal ball, your eyes really close to the side, watching the intricate detail of that galaxy, how it's turning in space within the ball. With both hands you touch the crystal ball on both sides of the ball, and you feel a slight fizzing, tingling at the fingertips, a slight warmth pulsing so gently and calmly from that ball into those hands, moving from the fingertips to the palms, to the wrists, gradually moving that warmth into your body. And as that warmth brings deep comfort through your body and begins to calm your mind, you notice that you start forming a connection of consciousness, as if your consciousness through your body touching that bull is connecting with universal consciousness of everything contained within that crystal. And with that, your eyes begin to close. And you hold that same position, just with your head nodding very gently forward, the eyelids closing softly. And you start to have this sense of floating on the wind of consciousness, meandering into the crystal ball, travelling gently through space towards that galaxy. Feeling yourself travelling on consciousness at a timeless speed, like the tip of a beam of light. And you feel a part of yourself deep within you, almost following the different threads of consciousness here, as if one specific thread catches your attention, and you meander through those threads, weaving among the different threads, following one thread to its source. And following that towards a specific star, seeing the planets orbiting that star, following that thread to one of those planets, seeing the water and the land mass on that planet, continuing to follow that thread down onto the planet, to a specific being on the planet, to an anthropomorphic llama standing on its two back legs, the friendliest of smiles, the softest of fur, the gentlest of eyes. And you settle as a consciousness alongside this llama. And while you rest beside the llama, so you start to feel like you want to be able to engage with the llama. And as you wonder that and feel that, you notice your body taking on a physical form, like a projection of yourself here. And the llama's a little startled at first to see you appear from nothing. But you find that you can talk and communicate perfectly well with this llama. But because you're talking on the level of consciousness, there is no language or communication barrier. Your own consciousness interprets and understands the consciousness coming to it. And shares that consciousness with you in a form that you understand. In the same way that a computer on some level may just be zeros and ones. On an even deeper level, it may just be combinations of electrical impulses. But the computer reinterprets that into a form you can understand, with writing on screen, pictures or diagrams, maybe speech from the computer. And so you both have different languages, and you can type things or communicate back, and the computer understands you. And yet in reality the computer doesn't understand your language any more than you understand its. And so it is here that you understand the llama understands you, when in reality neither of you would understand the other. Your universal consciousness connection does all the translating for you. And you ask this llama where they are, and they tell you about this planet, about the star system. They tell you about other stars, they talk about being in a galaxy. And to them they have no awareness of this galaxy being contained within a crystal, on a plinth, in a tower full of books. And they invite you for tea, and you accept, and you follow them back to their home, high up in a canopy of a wide and vast ancient tree. And while you sit in this canopy, drinking tea, gazing out across the landscape below, they talk about magical portals. And they stand up and they head to an ancient box. They open that old box, with a slight old musty scent wafting from the open box. They take out what looks like a headscarf that seems to be wrapped around an object. They head back to the most comfortable chair and rest on that chair. They place that object carefully down on a coffee table between you. They lift up the headscarf, unfolding that headscarf to reveal what looks like a pocket watch. They tell you this is their grandma's pocket watch. They twist the knob on the side of the pocket watch. The mechanism begins ticking. The hands begin moving. And a blue fuzzy patch starts to form above the watch. and a portal opens up. And you can see through that portal is a rough ocean and a ship bobbing up and down on the water as the waves undulate. The white horses galloping along the tips of those waves. Some of that salty spray splashing through the portal, tasting that salty sea air. The Lama says you can visit this place through this portal. You stand up, you lean towards the portal and feel yourself half intentionally moving yourself through and half almost dragged through, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm and wonder as you totally pass through the portal and find yourself as an albatross, with your giant wings stretched out, weathering this storm, watching that ship below. And you circle up higher and higher, heading above the storm to the clear sky and a calm atmosphere, seeing those storm clouds below, feeling the warmth of the sun on your wings and your back. Curious where this is. The ship looked very normal, and this planet, wherever this is, seems very familiar, and yet you have this feeling from a billion points of consciousness, letting you know this is somewhere you've never been before. It's somewhere new to explore. You see the storm gradually dissipating, the water calming, that ship sailing out of the storm. You see seagulls and other birds in the sky, and as the storm continues to clear, you notice buried deep under the clouds, the ship was approaching land. The captain of the ship and the crew direct that ship to the land, moor the ship up a little way from shore, and as you continue to fly overhead, you watch as the captain and the crew get into small boats, travel to the land. And they seem a little wobbly at first on land, as if their sea legs are still left out to sea. They light a fire on the beach, and you can smell the scent of cooked food wafting gently up in the air currents to your nose. You watch as they mix and mingle and drink and have a party on the shore. That storm disappearing off into the horizon. The sun setting. That crew settling down and drifting asleep. The fire burning down to embers. Hearing the whispering voices of the crew mixed with the sounds of all the other consciousness you can hear from those billions of points of consciousness. And as you fly around the landscape, admiring the land and the ocean, you see a mother and calf whale poking their heads above the water, letting out their breath, taking in a breath, before diving down, the tails rising above the water just before they disappear beneath the surface. Sometime later, watching as they appear back at the surface again. Noticing the stars twinkling in the sky, the occasional shooting star fizzing across that inky blue night. The sight of the centre of this galaxy looking different to the sight of the Milky Way arched overhead. The sun far over the horizon. And as you fly, so you feel a sense of time moving. And as morning approaches, so you see the way the sun here rises delicately over the ocean. The sparkling of the light wrapped across those undulating waves. Fluffy clouds drifting lazily through the sky. You watch as that crew gathers up some wood, has something to eat, has prepared some fresh water, takes all this back to their boat. And then sets off in their ship, once more towards the horizon. And you see that blue patch in the sky. That's the entrance and exit of the portal. You pass through that blue patch in the sky, and as you do, you find yourself coming out the portal as you were, landing in this room, talking with this llama. And as it's now getting late, the llama invites you to stay the night, and perhaps you can explore some more and understand deeper about the impact of connecting with universal consciousness. And they guide you to a bedroom with the most comfortable bed. Then you settle down in that bed. As you drift asleep, so you dream of sitting in a garden at twilight, hearing a sound coming from somewhere, of someone playing a harp, an ethereal sound that just seems to dance on the wind. And you don't know where the sound's coming from. It just seems to be all around you, as if it's a cozy, comfortable blanket, wrapping you up in peace and harmony for the night. And you pass through a stage of deep, comfortable sleep. You dream for a while. You enter recuperative sleep. Your body heals itself, cleans itself up and looks after itself. Before drifting into dreamless, deep sleep, allowing the body to continue to do its work in the most profound way as you relax and sleep deeper and deeper. And in the morning you find yourself awoken by the gentle glow of light through the window. The pleasant sound of songbirds, the sound of the llama moving around in the kitchen, perhaps preparing some food. Once up, you walk through to the kitchen, to the most pleasantly smelling breakfast. They gesture for you to sit and eat some with them, and you sit and really enjoy that breakfast. You feel that during your sleep, you'd gain some insight you previously didn't have, but that insight is on a deep level. And you feel you know that insight without knowing you know it. You just know that you know it. And the llama has to go about their day, so you say your goodbyes. You continue to explore this landscape. You're curious whether there are any other portals or devices which can connect you with other places in the galaxy, like the Grandma's pocket watch. And you can't shake that feeling, like there's this delicate sound of harps playing so pleasantly, just on the edge of hearing, as if somehow a deep connecting part of you helping you feel relaxed as you explore, as if saying we're always with you, wherever you go, and you can gain comfort in that knowledge. And you walk through the landscape. You head into woodland. You crunch through the undergrowth. You smell the sweet woodland scent. Hear the rustling of leaves around you as the wind blows a breeze across the treetops. The air inside the woodland is so much stiller, calmer and more relaxed. And you find yourself noticing a clearing in the distance. You walk through and out into that clearing, where you find a cottage with the most beautiful garden. You open the latch to the gate at the front of the cottage. Walk through, close that behind you. Walk up the path to the front door of the cottage. You see on the front door a note saying, "I'll be back in 10 minutes. In the meantime, you sit down on a bench beside the cottage, looking out over the garden, enjoying the scent of the flowers, the sight of bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. The delicate rustling of leaves of the bushes and the trees, the sound of some birds chatting within the bushes. Almost feeling this garden so relaxing, your eyes get heavier and want to close as you just listen to how calming this space is with your ears. And after some time, you hear the latch on the gate. You look up. You see the owner of this cottage approaching. A really friendly looking caterpillar, managing its legs so well, almost hypnotically. And this caterpillar has the largest smile. And with every word they say, they seem to almost be laughing, as if they're always bordering on the edge of extreme pleasure and enjoyment of life. And they show you through the garden round to the rose garden. They say everyone should sometimes wake up and smell the roses. You take a whiff of those roses and agree they really do smell nice and calming. That kind of scent that takes your mind back to somewhere pleasant in the past. They show you to other areas of the garden before inviting you in to the cottage itself. And the layout of the cottage is an interesting layout, because a caterpillar has to be able to walk around. And so there needs to be room for it to turn, to move, rooms need to be longer and slightly wider. And it's really interesting, you think, how the layout of a property can be based on who lives there. And this caterpillar tells you they've got a magical potion for you. If you're comfortable exploring your consciousness. And they get that liquid from a cupboard. They pour some into a cup. You carefully raise the cup to your lips, smelling the scent of the potion. How sweet that potion smells. Before taking a sip and feeling the potion as it drifts its way down through your body. You feel your mind begin to clear, your head begin to relax, your ears relaxing, your neck, your jaw, the relaxation moving and spreading so calmly and gently down through your body, around your shoulders, your chest, your upper back, down into your arms, ever so slowly moving down to the tips of your toes. You feel your eyes getting heavier and closing, and then opening in a whole new reality. And as you open your eyes, you become hyper aware of all the threads of consciousness of life, and yourself being at the heart of it, but at the same time knowing, although you feel like you're in the center, at the heart of life around you, every bit of life will have the experience like they're the one in the center. In any direction they look, there's almost uniform streams of life and consciousness. And as you look around, and you feel yourself exploring this web of interconnected consciousness, you see a dolphin swimming through the sky, swimming just above all the threads of consciousness. It seems to be balancing a crystal ball on its nose while it swims. As it gets near to you, it flicks the crystal ball off its nose. Very slowly and gently, that crystal ball flies through the air and lands in your lap. You hold the crystal ball, and you feel like this is a crystal ball at the heart of the galaxy, at the heart of space. At the heart of the crystal ball, on that plinth, surrounded by bookshelves, in that tower, surrounded by meadow and woodland. And while holding the crystal ball, you have a sense of threads of consciousness combining within the ball to a bright point of light as if all the consciousness from everywhere is contained in that one point, and everything in that one point is contained everywhere. And you get a deep revelation and understanding of the world, like your own profound aha moment, that at first you perhaps don't even realize consciously. But it brings a comforting, comfortable smile to your face and a feeling of drifting and floating asleep. And after a while of experiencing this, you feel yourself merging into the crystal ball, becoming one with that point of universal consciousness that's one with all the macro universal consciousness. And then you feel yourself opening your eyes, seeing your hands resting on the crystal ball, feeling the dissipating feelings and experience, surrounded by those shelves of books. You notice as your hands almost automatically decide to remove themselves from the crystal ball, that night has begun to set in outside. You head down one level where there was a bed here. You rest back on that bed, noticing through the small windows fading light outside, sounds of birds settling down, and the sensation of beginning to drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, drifting soundly asleep, relaxed into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And you're out in the countryside, camping in a caravan. And you've been on this caravan holiday for a little while. And the caravan is parked up in a reasonably secluded space. There's no other caravans or other vehicles around here. And you wake up in the caravan, and you can hear the sounds of nature beyond the caravan. The sounds of the nearby woodland, of the meadows you're parked in. And you awaken to to the slight coolness of the air and the glow of light through thin curtains hanging over the caravan windows. And you awaken feeling so refreshed, so revitalized, having had the most wonderful night's sleep. And as you walk across the caravan to the door at the side of the caravan bounces and rocks ever so slightly with each step that you take. And you open the door to a crisp and fresh day, the coolness of the breeze and the air enveloping your cheeks. The warmth of the light of the sun, a strange combination with that coolness of the air. Closing your eyes, taking in some deep, comfortable breaths of that fresh air, feeling so rejuvenated from those breaths, and the sounds of the morning songbirds. Descending a few steps to stand on the grass, and then sitting yourself down in the doorway. And as you sit there, you reach across into the caravan and you turn on the kettle. You rest there as the kettle comes to the boil. Make yourself a drink. You pour that drink into the cup, the sound of the hot water filling the cup. You stir that drink, you hold that drink in two hands, feeling the warmth of the drink between those hands, holding it beneath your nose, the steam feeling so comfortable as it rises up, tickling your nostrils, rises up across your eyebrows and your forehead, blowing gently into the top of the drink, some more steam escaping. And sipping that drink as you rest there in the door of the caravan. And after drinking the drink, watching the sun continue gently rising in the sky, the soft mist as the water evaporates from the grasses across the meadow, and that mist blowing gently away from the caravan, the light being just so perfect, seeing some of those random trees dotted through the meadow, shrouded in the mist, adding depth to the view. The way the sunlight penetrates that mist, the way everything seems to happen almost as if in slow motion. And after drinking your drink and feeling more awake, you head back into the caravan. You get dressed for the day. You then head out of the caravan and close that door behind you. The light thud and clank of the door as it shuts and the latch locks. You test the door, make sure it's locked, before walking on the moist grass. As that moisture continues to softly evaporate and the sun continues to gently rise in the sky. And you're here for a few days on a caravan holiday, on this spot in nature, making sure you're away somewhere where you can get away from people, where you can find yourself, find some peace and harmony, where you can ground yourself with the world around you. And as you walk through the meadow, exploring this landscape, seeing the dandelions and daisies and the grasses, and the way they softly move with the breeze, the bees flying from plant to plant. And as the day warms up a little more, beginning to notice butterflies, some small blue butterflies, some larger patchwork butterflies, almost like tartan, flying around. Some larger blue butterflies that seem almost iridescent. Some white butterflies with tinges of black around the tips of their wings. The occasional sound of a bee buzzing past your ear. As it continues busily on its journey and on its daily chores. And you don't really have a plan, you're just more out to find yourself, to find peace and calm away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. So you're just exploring the landscape, and as you explore, you see a fallen down log. You decide to stop at that log, sit down on the log. You feel the roughness of the bark beneath you, the slight warmth to the bark as it's been absorbing the morning sun. And as you sit on that log, letting your mind wander, just gazing at the world around you, feeling increasingly relaxed by the environment and the silence in the environment and the stillness to the environment. You notice from time to time your mind drifts into reveries and daydreams. And then you hear a sound and see something out the corner of your eye. And notice what looks like a guinea pig tootling along through the landscape, almost as if it's trying to step over the blades of grass. And that grass is still just ever so slightly damp. The sun hasn't yet fully dried it out. And that guinea pig comes over to you, sits at your feet, and they introduce themselves as Bob. And they say that they're an autistic guinea pig who's lost their marbles, and they're wondering if you could help them to find them. And although the situation is strange, you have no problem engaging in conversation with Bob. And you ask Bob where they last saw their marbles. They explain that there's a stream just a little way down the hill, and that stream leads into a cave, and they were in that cave when they last saw their marbles. And so they think they must have lost their marbles there. But they've searched from the cave all the way to here and haven't found them. They said that their wife, Margaret, was also helping to search for their marbles. And she's searching a different area. And you say to Bob that the marbles are likely in the last place that they're going to check. And Bob says, that's what she said. Margaret told me that the marbles will probably be in the last place I check. And so I obviously decided, Bob says, to try to check the last place first. But it was only after checking what I thought would be the last place that I realised if I check the last place first, it's no longer the last place. And so maybe I left it at the first place I should have checked. And Bob continues to talk and share their thought processes behind where they've been, where they feel their marbles might be, and how they've been unable to find them as of yet. And you offer to help them seek their marbles. And you ask Bob where they've been since they last saw the marbles. And they say they were in the cave. And before they were in the cave, they were walking along the edge of the stream. And before they were walking along the edge of the stream, they were wandering through the woodland. And before they were wandering through the woodland, they were at home sitting in their garden, drinking a cup of tea resting in a hammock. And they were just sitting in that hammock, swinging gently, drinking that tea, thinking to themselves about how they would like to go on an adventure. Little did they know at the time that they would lose their marbles and find themselves on that desired adventure. And you ask Bob, so when exactly was the last time you saw the marbles? And Bob says they don't know. They thought they had the marbles on them when they arrived at the cave, but it was in the cave they noticed they didn't. And so you wander along with Bob, following Bob down to the stream, ambling along the side of the stream, listening to the way it gently flows and bubbles beside you. The sounds of birds in the distance, the warmth of the sun as it continues to rise into the sky. And at first you follow Bob to the cave. And the cave is quite small, so you crouch down and you crawl into that cave. And it's the most comfortable space, feeling so cozy, so peaceful, the way the sound is absorbed like you're wrapped in a gentle hug. And you look around inside the cave and you can't see those marbles. And you head out of the cave and head the other direction, retracing Bob's steps with him. And you're taller, so you can look further in all directions. You see in the distance Bob's wife, searching within the edge of the woodland. Bob waves and greets his wife and explains what you're doing, that you're helping. And you walk with Bob, and Bob begins to share his life story, his hopes and dreams and interests. And a part of you's listening with intrigue, while another part of you is eyeing up the landscape, searching for those marbles. And you continue to search until you arrive at Bob's home. And you discover that Bob's marbles are on the ground beneath the hammock. And you don't know if it happened accidentally, perhaps unconsciously. But it seems that when Bob felt he'd like to go on an adventure, he found himself on that adventure, caused by his own doing. And as a thank you for helping to search for those marbles, Bob gives you a drink. Then you sit in Bob's garden, enjoying that drink and the atmosphere in nature, the warmth of the sun as it's now passing overhead. His wife arrives home and he tells her The marbles were here all along. They were in the last place you looked. And after some time, relaxing with Bob, you said you'd better go, and you headed back out to that log you were resting on. You relaxed back down on that log, found yourself drifting into a reverie, lost in thought. And as you drifted out of the reverie, while the sun passed overhead, you wondered for a moment whether the whole experience with Bob was real or not, or whether that was all part of a reverie. And you stood up, stretched your back, your arms behind you, stretched your legs, gave a little groan and creak, took a deep breath of the fresh air, wandered down to the stream, crouched down beside the stream, listening to the way it trickled past, watching the way the light played with the surface, and rings of light seemed to dance along the floor of the stream, watching as small fish swam on the spot facing upstream, only moving whenever a shadow passed overhead. And rested a hand in the water to feel the sensations of the water passing over the hand through the fingertips, and then rubbing the hands together, splashing a little of that water on your face and cheeks, enjoying its coolness against the warmth of your cheeks. Stood up and continued to walk along the side of the stream. And you wandered to where Bob's place was, only to find there was nothing there, wondering now whether it was all in your mind and just a reverie. And you walk into the woodland, and the sound of your footsteps changes as you begin to gently crunch through this woodland, crunching through the undergrowth. The sounds of birds now almost sounding slightly echoey among the trees. The occasional shard of light managing to pierce through the canopy and dance to the rustling of the leaves overhead. And a stillness and coolness drifts through the air. And you walk through this woodland. And while walking through the woodland, you start to notice among the undergrowth, looks like there's some rubble, and you're curious what was once here, perhaps before these trees. And then you find some old vine-covered ruins. You walk around those ruins, looking at the grey stone feeling the roughness of that stone under fingertips. Seeing the way the vines are wrapped around the stones, almost holding the remnants of the structure in place. And as you walk around among these ruins, you try and visualize in your mind's eye what was once here. And while visualizing in your mind's eye, you wander around what you assume was the inside of a building. You don't know what type of building, but while walking and hearing the sound of each footstep, the dull thud of the footsteps on mud through the undergrowth here in the woodland. One of your steps has a slightly more airy sound to it. And you walk around a little more and then walk back over that space, picking up that same airy sound to the footsteps. And you find it curious how sensitive the ears can be to subtleties of sound, in the same way that it's possible to know the difference between hot water pouring in a cup and cold water pouring in a cup, just from listening. That it's something you just know how to do, in the same way that you just know there's something different in the sound of footsteps over one specific point on the ground. And so you crouch down. You try and brush away some of the dirt with your hands. You pull at some of those vines and break some of those vines. And you find that under just a shallow layer of dirt seems to be what looks like wooden planks. And in one of the wooden planks seems to be a metal latch. And you twist the latch and hold the handle, and it feels like it's perhaps a doorway. And so you find the edges of that door. You clear the mud from above it, removing the vines, and then carefully open that door. And as you open that trap door, some air breathes gently from under the ground. And you see before you 10 steps leading down. And you begin to descend those steps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, heading deeper and deeper into the silence under the ground. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, reaching the ground underneath this ruined structure. You shine a torch around this space. You hear the faint sound of distant dripping. You notice this cavernous space. It's almost like a cave under the structure. There's a certain silence to this space, a stillness to the atmosphere. And as you explore, so you find your way out into a chamber, and within that chamber you discover a plinth, and on that plinth you find an old tablet, and on that tablet seems to be carved writing, and you don't understand the writing, but you pick up that tablet. You sit down cross-legged on the floor, using the torch to examine the tablet. You run your fingers across the writing, and you can feel the texture of the carved writing on that tablet, the coolness of the tablet under the fingertips, the weight of the tablet in the hands. And while you feel the texture of the writing on the tablet, so it's almost as if comfort begins to spread from the tablet into the fingertips. You feel the fingertips of that hand becoming more comfortable, as if they want to relax themselves. And that relaxation seems to move from the fingertips to the wrist, to the forearm, to the elbow, to the upper arm, up to the shoulder, and you find yourself gazing towards that tablet, almost as if the tablet is fixed in space before you, as the arm is just holding it motionless automatically, while relaxation moves up the arm to the shoulder and begins to spread through the body, and you notice your breathing deepening, relaxing, calming deeper and deeper. You start to feel that relaxation moving down your body, across your body to the other arm as it fills with relaxation, becoming heavier and heavier until it's resting beside you, so heavy you can barely notice it, as if your awareness acknowledges it before moving on. And relaxation begins around the top of the head, around the eyes, the cheeks, the jaw, softening, relaxing all the muscles, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, with the breathing deepening, relaxing, almost as if each in-breath breathes in peace and comfort, and each out-breath seems to be breathing out any residual tension or worries, bringing clarity to the mind, a stillness to the mind, as if thoughts have decided to take a rest, while relaxation works its way down through the chest, the upper back, permeating through you, weaving within you, down to your stomach and lower back, down around your buttocks and into those legs. And as the body becomes deeper relaxed, the mind stills and quiets. And while the mind stills and quiets, so the eyes close with that tablet still held in place. And it's as if you're embodying the text on the tablet, but you couldn't read the text. But something about the tablet meant you could feel the text, internalize the text and its meaning in ways you could never consciously understand. And it's such a comfortable, deep feeling that you automatically and instinctively just go with the flow, absorb yourself in that experience. As your mind drifts and floats to a secret place, a different time, gaining an understanding of this location, of what was once here. You see in your mind's eye, as if you're stood in that location outside of this underground space, wrapped in the building, and you head out of the building. And instead of being in woodland, you're in the center of a civilization. You can see people milling around and talking to each other. And beyond the civilization is the woodland that will once encroach this space and make this space its own. And you seem to be here just as an observer. People seem to be ignoring you, but you watch as they go about their daily life. You watch their routines and rituals. You follow a couple of the people as they carry pans back towards that stream. And you watch, feeling the gentle warmth of the sun on your skin, hearing the rustling of the overhead trees, as they crouch down and seem to be panning for gold in that stream, smiling, talking to each other as they do. Just another daily activity. And you watch them as they find a little gold. And they head back towards the buildings. You watch as somebody else is doing laundry while engaging in conversation with other locals. You see someone selling fruit and veg, and the way they engage with people. And it's a bustling space, a thriving community, a civilization that once was, as if you're seeing a glimpse of the past. Like a snapshot of history. and you're curious at this mystery. And the experience begins to fade. And while it starts to fade, so you head back underground. And you do this automatically and instinctively, as if something is driving you to act. But you feel so comfortable. You rest back where you were and drift back to an awareness of holding the tablet. And you don't know what happened or how, just that somehow it's like an echo of the past was stored within the text on the tablet, and something about touching that text connected you with that echo. You place that back where you found it. You leave this underground space and seal the hatch. You cover it all over again. The sun now is setting to early evening. The light is just right for exploring the woodland, taking some photographs, and then heading back to the caravan. And once back at the caravan, you sit on a chair outside the side of the caravan. You enjoy some food and drink while you watch over the landscape, watching the sun gently setting. Feeling the warmth of the day gradually fade away. Hearing the daytime birds and animals quieten down for the night, and the nighttime birds and animals awaken. You see the stars twinkle to life in the night sky, watching the moon-illuminated clouds as they wisp softly past those stars. Watching the occasional shooting star, almost imagining you can hear it fizzing as it passes across the night sky. Feeling a deep sense of peace and calm. And as it gets late, and the moon's now setting, you head back into the caravan. You rest back in bed, and you find it no trouble at all to very quickly and easily drift and flow to sleep. You just count gently in your mind's eye. Using an old technique for accessing transcendence, you count gently, and if losing count, you just pick up roughly where you remember letting off, and continue again until you lose all numbers and drift relaxed asleep, counting back from 500, 499, 498, 497, just very slowly counting, relaxing, drifting peacefully, 495, and fall until you drift asleep into the most pleasant dreams, the most pleasant recuperative sleep, drifting and floating asleep into Slumberland. So as you close your eyes, you have a sense of drifting peacefully into a dream. And as you comfortably drift into a dream, you find yourself jumping on the softest, fluffiest clouds, on the darkest of nights. And the top of the clouds is illuminated by moonlight. Almost making the clouds seem alive with brightness, with the most comfortable, peaceful glow. As the stars overhead twinkle, almost as if they're dancing in the distance themselves, jumping softly around in the sky. And as you jump up and down on that cloud, you notice the way the cloud cradles your feet as you land. The spongy texture of the cloud, the soft feeling of the cloud against the underside of your feet. Like walking on the softest wool. And noticing how springy the cloud is as you jump higher and higher into the sky. Sometimes managing to jump so high you can spin in the air and then land on your bottom and then bounce back up again as if you're on the softest of trampolines, doing different somersaults. And each time you strike the cloud, so you notice yourself going a little deeper and deeper into the experience, at first in a way that goes unknown to you. And you feel so full of energy when you start jumping on the cloud, but find that with each bounce, a little energy seeps away into the cloud. As a little sleep seeps in to your senses. And so your jumping softens and relaxes with time. And you notice as you bounce on that cloud how peaceful it is up here in this sky, with that blanket of cloud stretched out
beneath you. And eventually, sleep begins to settle in to the point that you feel it's time now to stop jumping, and you head to the edge of the cloud. You sit on that soft cloud, dangling your legs over the edge, and you notice a curious sight. That where you've been jumping on the top of the cloud, small puffballs of cloud have been separating from the underside, and you can now see all those little puffballs gradually, slowly drifting down to the ground below. And what you notice as you watch those puffballs drifting to the ground is that the closer they get to the ground, the more they're developing legs and a head and a short fluffy tail. And as the puffballs land on the ground one by one, you notice that they land as sheep. And the sound of each one baaing takes time to rise up from the ground to your ears. But you watch as each puffball gradually settles into a field below, and they naturally begin to huddle closer together, as if realizing they all came from the same place, and so they want to be in the same field. And in your mind you look down and begin counting those sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, some have just moved. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, deeper and deeper absorbed. 5. And you try focusing on counting those sheep, but every now and then a sheep will cut through the sheep, finding a new place among the herd, and you'll have to start counting again as you lose your place. But you're determined to focus really hard on counting those sheep, trying really hard to count all of the sheep. Because you know if you can count all of those sheep, you'll be aware of how many bounces you did on the clouds. And you're curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counting those sheep, losing count, starting again. Each time you restart counting, you drift a little deeper and deeper into the experience. And you know that you'll eventually succeed at counting those sheep. But the more you count, the heavier your eyelids seem to get, as if the weight of each number settles in just above your eyes, sitting relaxing on those eyelids, weighing them gently down. But you persevere, counting those sheep. 7, 8, 9, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, deeper and deeper, 3, 4, and you keep counting those sheep until eventually, as those eyelids get heavier and heavier, you succeed in making it to that last sheep. And as you count the last sheep, so you lie back onto the cloud, feeling a deep sense of relief and satisfaction at achieving counting those sheep. And that cloud under your back is so soft, like the fluffiest, puffiest blanket you could ever lie back on, relaxing back deeply, profoundly. And while you relax back onto that cloud, feeling the cloud under your lower back, your upper back, your shoulders, gently resting your head like the fluffiest, softest pillow. The sensation of the cloud on the arms, the hands, under those legs. You feel yourself beginning to drift and dream deeper and deeper into the experience. And you have this sense of standing up while your body lies there. And the more you stand up and move away from that body, the deeper and more profoundly asleep that body becomes. And while you walk away from your body, you can see how deeply relaxed you look. The softening of the muscles around the face, the breathing so slow and steady. Then you walk along this cloud, only this time as you walk away from yourself, sleeping deeper and deeper over there. You find yourself following a path that's forming before each footstep. And as you follow this path, the path is slightly warm and comfortable. A gentle road leading you through this cloud landscape. As the rolling tops of the clouds move gently while you walk, and in the distance you start to hear the sound of flowing water, and you work your way in the direction of that sound, and the path just seems to be going where you're going. As you follow that path, curious where it'll lead, and eventually you find yourself walking along the edge of the most beautiful crystal clear river. The water gently bubbling and meandering along the cloud, like a river through a white landscape. And you see as you walk a building with a water wheel attached, a little way off in the distance. And you gently walk towards that water wheel. And as you walk, the water smells so fresh, so clean and peaceful. The sound of that water filling your senses with a deep sense of peace and comfort. And then you hear the gentle sound of the water wheel turning. And you notice that where the water wheel is, the river flows down a gentle waterfall, passing the water wheel, filling a small lake that seems very shallow. And that lake is full of tiny eddies, tens of thousands of small eddies, each gently whirling around in the water. And you notice that beneath each one is a tiny hole, and that as this cloud you're on is passing over the landscape below, so the water flows, fills this small lake, and then filters through those holes, creating rain beneath the cloud. And you can hear the clunky sound of that water wheel as it turns, the sloshing sound of the water, the gentle splashing of that water. And you head into the building, and inside the building you see an alligator sitting in the most comfortable armchair, knitting a multicoloured scarf. And next to the alligator is a backgammon board. And sitting next to the backgammon board is an owl with some glasses perched gently on the tip of their beak. And the alligator and the owl seem to be deeply engrossed in that game of backgammon, while the alligator is knitting at the same time. And a fire is gently crackling away in the fireplace. And with a hoot, the owl invites you to go to the kitchen, grab yourself a tea cake, perhaps take down the mug on the shelf, and if you like, you can make yourself a warm drink. so while they continue playing, you head over to the kitchen area. You grab the large mug. You mix yourself a drink with the ingredients that are right there beside you. You smell that sweet scent of the drink. You add a little honey to the drink. You take one of the tea cakes and you head back over to the owl and the alligator. And you thank them for the drink and the tea cake. You take a bite of the tea cake. You feel the sensations of that soft, fluffy cake, the sweet taste, and a slight appley taste to the cake. And you can smell that gentle appley smell. And you munch your way through the cake. You wipe the crumbs off your mouth. You brush your hands together. And then move on to drinking the drink. And as you begin to drink that drink, so you feel the warmth of the drink passing in your mouth, the vapour from the drink tickling your nostrils, almost as if that vapour is tingling around the inside of your ears and the roof of your mouth and up behind your eyes, stimulating your brain before the warmth of the drink massages your tongue, your throat, bringing peace and calm down through your body, like a warmth radiating out, softening your shoulders, softening the muscles down the arms, relaxing the hands, massaging the shoulders, the upper back, bringing peace down through your sides, your stomach, all the way down into your legs. And the owl notices that you look like you want to sit down, that you're becoming deeply relaxed. And so the owl invites you to sit in the chair opposite the alligator, beside the fire. And so you sit down deeply into that chair as you continue to drink. And the owl tells you that you can rest one hand on the arm of the chair, and that will let the chair know you want to relax deeply. And so you rest your arm on the arm of the chair, the palm of your hand touching the raggedy material, the worn fabric. and it's almost as if the chair comes alive and begins to softly scratch your back in the calmest, most pleasant way. And you can feel your back being gently scratched with the most pleasurable back scratching as you continue drinking that drink. And from time to time, you notice that the table the backgammon is resting on seems to glitch, as if glitching in and out of reality. And the owl notices you noticing this and explains that the table is a periodic table. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. There's a rhythm to the periods of existing here and not existing here. But the essence of the table remains. So even when the table isn't here, everything on the table remains where the table should be. And as you begin to finish that drink, you can really begin to feel your mind drifting, as if you want to close your eyes and sink into an experience. And so you decide to close your eyes a moment. And the alligator says, "That's fine. They'll be just sat there playing." You can drift asleep and relax and dream. And so you find your consciousness drifting asleep, passing through a fading dream. And you start to have this sense of grass tickling your cheeks and the backs of your ears and the back of your neck. The faint sound of rustling grass in a breeze. The delicate warmth of a sun massaging your face, warming your cheeks, your forehead, the tip of your nose. That gentle red glow through the eyes. The feeling of grass under your arms and your hands. The delicate sound of songbirds. The occasional coolness and dimness of passing clouds. And as your consciousness settles in here, so you begin to open your eyes. And you sit up and look around and you find you're lying near an oak tree in the middle of a meadow with rolling hills, songbirds flying around, bees and butterflies flitting from plant to plant. And beside the tree,
is a folded piece of paper, and you open that piece of paper, and it seems to be a treasure map. And you stand up, you twist around that bit of paper, gazing around you, trying to match up what you can see on the paper with the landscape around you. You can see the way the sunlight makes a distant river glisten. So you can see where that river is, and you line the map up to match the orientation of the landscape. You look on the map, you can see where X marks the spot. And out of curiosity, you decide to go and investigate. And so you start to walk through this meadow on this beautiful, warm summer's day. Taking your time to walk, enjoying the environment. And as you walk, you're curious, what will be at the X? From where you are, you can't see where the X is. You can't see the exact location. And so you can't work out exactly what will be there. And you try and work out what you think will be the best route to get to that X, based on the rolling hills and that distant river. You feel that perhaps if you walk over the hills to the river, you can follow the river as close as it gets to the X, and then cut from the river over to the X, rather than try and push in a straight line, going up and down hills endlessly. And so you head over towards the river, heading down the hills and weaving your way among those hills without having to walk up each one and down each one, weaving your way towards the nearest point of the river as the clouds gently drift across the sky. The more bulbous clouds already passed by, the wispy clouds dancing along very high in the sky, easily dispersing, barely blocking any sun. And eventually, after about half a day's walking, you arrive at the river. You splash some of that water on your face. You grab yourself a drink of the water. You sit down for a moment by the river to rest, just enjoying the environment. Before heading along the side of that river, the sounds of the reeds rustling, weaving
through the landscape. Until you reach the point that looks like it's probably the location where the river is nearest to the X. And at that point you cut away from the river. You head up the hill, walk through the meadows at the top of the hill, descend the far side, head up another hill, walk through the meadows, descend the far side as the sun begins to set over the horizon. And eventually you arrive at the edge of some magical woodland. And at the edge of this magical woodland, with the sun now fully set, you can see you've still got quite a way to go. So you decide to camp here for the night. You gather up some firewood. You light a small fire. You sit near the warmth of that fire as it crackles gently before you, the light dancing around, shadows leaping from point to point. The evening sound of crickets, the occasional evening bird, just resting your back against a tree, watching the stars pass across the sky, the occasional shooting star, almost fizzing its way past you. Before finding yourself relaxing off of the tree, curling up on the ground, the fire burning down to embers, as you drift and float into the most pleasant, deeply relaxed dream. And the next morning, you awaken to head into the woodland. And as you walk into this magical woodland, so you can notice the morning mist wafting around your legs, the occasional ray of sun dancing through the canopy, slicing along the path ahead. The gently rustling leaves of the trees, the echoey sound of songbirds through this woodland. And with all that, you continue following that map. And deep in the heart of this woodland, you come out to a well-lit clearing. And in that clearing, you see a pure white unicorn drinking from a pool of water. And you slowly approach that unicorn. You can hear the unicorn moving its feet on the shore, the sound of it drinking. You can see the way the light seems to glisten on its back and sides and in its mane. And the unicorn gazes over at you as you're walking towards it, and it begins to walk towards you. And it bows its head down as if to signal for you to climb on its back. And as you climb on its back, so the world around you seems to shift and change, as if the unicorn was crossing dimensions and existed between dimensions. No longer did the woodland look like it did a moment ago. Now the landscape around you takes on a mysterious hue with multicoloured flashes of light passing through the grasses and the trees. The sky, a deep pink. The water, an electric blue. Dots of light flying among the trees. And the trees are taller, as if this is some kind of a forest. And light in the landscape seems to pulse and undulate. And gradually shift from one colour to another. Like watching oil move slowly on the surface of water. And the more you find yourself absorbed in the experience, the more there's a detachment from the world as it was moments ago. And the world you find yourself in now seems to become more psychedelic. And in this psychedelic world, the unicorn continues to glow with the most pure white. And you ride on its back, unsure where it's taking you, still referring to the map, and hoping that you're still following that path to where X marks the spot. And the unicorn heads into the forest, and as it does, you notice that in this forest, what at first you thought were trees are actually tree-sized mushrooms, with stalks towering high up into the sky. And then the mushroom stretching out like a canopy of mushrooms overhead. And the spores of the mushrooms gently raining down, glistening, sparkling, like glitter wafting through the wind. Weaving around through this forest of mushrooms, the psychedelic colours pulse up through those mushrooms from the ground, as if they're sucking up magical energy, processing that magical energy. And their spores are tiny fragments of magical energy, escaping and spreading through the landscape. And yet you continue on, following that map. And then you start to notice that around you are ancient ruins that you seem to have passed into. What looks like ancient ruins of temples, of old pyramids, of statues and other structures. And the glittery particles from the mushrooms have settled all over your clothing, in your hair, glistening and sparkling. And you're aware, as you've been breathing in those spores, that it seems to have been raising your consciousness, helping you begin to see this world for what it is, so that when you dismount from the unicorn, the world doesn't fade. It continues to exist, powered by the mushroom spores. And you notice that you're getting close to the X. And you can see a ruined structure in the distance. It looks like a collapsed pyramid, and it seems to be right where the X would be. And you head over towards that collapsed pyramid. You walk around the base of the pyramid, trying to work out what was here and whether there's any way to explore this location. And around the far side of the pyramid, you find a small entrance with some steps seemingly leading down beneath the structure. And you wonder whether the structure above ground has collapsed, but perhaps whatever's beneath the pyramid is perfectly fine, and so you decide to investigate. You descend those steps. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper, 2,
one all the way. And you step into a corridor under this structure. All sound more muted, no longer being really able to hear the sounds of the environment above this space. Just the very slight, dull sound of walking around down here in the dim light, noticing the mycelial network has infused down here as the mushrooms are taking back this landscape that was once probably a thriving city. And the mycelium network down here is gently pulsing and glowing, letting out a gentle green glow through this tunnel you're walking along. And at the end of the tunnel, you find a door. You carefully open that wooden door. And this chamber is where X marks. And you see in the center of this room what looks like a chest. You head over to that chest. You carefully open the lid of the chest. And inside that chest, you find a wooden mask. You hold that mask facing you, out in front of you, and it has the calmest, friendliest face to it. And you feel compelled to place the mask over your face. As you turn that mask around, you can feel the weight and the texture of the wood of that mask. You can notice the gentle pulsing of the psychedelic colours within that wood. You carefully begin to move the mask closer and closer to your face. And as you do, you start to hear the distant sound of drums, not coming from any place specifically, just seeming to be everywhere all at once, getting gently louder and louder as that mask gets closer and closer to your face. Until eventually the mask reaches your face and you close your eyes for a moment as you fit that mask onto your face. And when you open your eyes, you experience silence. You find yourself standing on a misty moor, wearing a tweed jacket and a curious hat. And on this misty moor, you can hear the sounds of sheep within the mist, grazing on the grass. You can see grey clouds overhead.
You can feel the damp air on your cheeks. And when you look down beside you, you notice a small wolf cub looking up at you with puppy dog eyes, looking so friendly with its silver fur, like a little puffball in the moist air. And you start to walk through this moorland, noticing the way the ground is slightly squidgy and squelchy. And as you walk, you see small areas of light flying in the low fog. And you walk around exploring this landscape. And while you explore, one of the small flashes of light begins to move over towards you. And it flies out of the fog and introduces itself as a fairy. And you notice that it's a very unusual looking fairy. It explains that it's a fairy hedgehog. It looks like a hedgehog, but with butterfly wings that are translucent, sparkling, and rapidly flapping as it hangs there before you, its little legs dangling, its small face bobbing before you. And this fairy tells you that by wearing that mask, you've passed through space and time into this landscape, this magical moor. And that it's been a very long time since anyone wore the mask and came visiting here. But the landowner would probably like to meet you. And they tell you to head through the moor. They give you directions. They tell you to keep to the areas of more dense grass. And so you walk through this moorland, keeping to the more dense grass as you go. The moisture in the air running through your hair, tickling the back of your neck and your cheeks. And in the dense fog, you can see the distant glow of light at windows. And so you head towards that building. And the building, as you get closer, looks like a stately home, surrounded by a large brick and iron fence and a large wrought iron gate and with a creak you open the gate, feeling the coolness of the metal. Close that behind you. Walk the long driveway to the front of this home. Knock the large knocker, and then after a few minutes of waiting, someone comes to the door and opens the door, and they let you and the wolf cub in. And it's a cat wearing a long purple robe made of soft, heavy material. And they invite you in, and you explain where you've come from, the adventure you've been on, finding that mask. And although you don't feel like you're wearing a mask, you're assuming that you still are. And they invite you through to the coziest of drawing rooms with a large crackling fire beneath a tall stone chimney. And they tell you that this home is at the heart of the realms. And they show you through to a magical room. And you see in this magical room multiple doors. And they tell you one door leads to a land of elves and dwarves and fantasy creatures. Another door leads to a land of talking animals, where everyone can understand everyone else. Another door leads to a land of portals and time travelling. And another door leads to the most incredible, calming beach on the edge of a vast underwater landscape of incredible underwater creatures. And they guide you through to that beach, walking out of the door onto the softest white sand. And along the beach a little way, is a pirate fishing, who greets the cat. And the cat says that they regularly visit this beach and the pirate regularly fishes here. And the water is lapping so gently onto the shore, almost as if it's just tickling the edge of the sand. And the cat invites you to walk into the water, to feel how comfortable this water is. And you walk into that water, feeling the warmth of the water. And while standing in the water, the weather gradually changes. A few gentle rain clouds pass overhead, and for a moment, there's a warm, gentle shower of rain. And as those clouds pass, and the sun graces the sky once more, with its warmth, comfort, a rainbow stretches across the sky, following that cloud. And the water continues lapping onto the shore. And you rest on the sand for a while, the little wolf cub resting on your lap, accepting a gentle stroke. The cat sits beside you and shares with you some knowledge about the experience, and tells you they'll go and grab you a book that will explain more, and that, if understood, will help you to access even more than you've done here today. And they walk off back into their home, and while they're gone, you rest back on the sand, just listening to the water lapping on the shore, feeling the warmth of this environment. Occasionally and faintly hearing the sound of that pirate fishing. And then the cat returns and hands you an ancient book that smells as old as it looks. And you leave this beach with the book. You head back in through the grand house. You ask the cat how you leave this place, and they tell you just have to take the mask off. And as you think about taking the mask off, so you see the way that wolf cub looks up at you, you ask what happens. Why was the wolf cub there? Are you here taking on the role of someone else? What happens when you take the mask off in relation to the wolf? And they say that you'll just disappear. And so you pick up the wolf as you take off the mask, and you find that the wolf has remained with you as you find yourself back before that chest. And you're holding the wolf, and you're holding the book, and you're holding the mask. And you place that mask back down in the chest. You sit for a moment, looking through the book, exploring that book, learning that letting yourself drift into a dream in a special kind of way allows you to pass from one reality to another, and you learn the secrets of reality shifting dreams, and you learn how it's possible to begin to select the reality you want to go to, and to have the most pleasant night's sleep and dreams. And with your new companion, you find your way out of this chamber and back out through the forest. And that unicorn takes you back to the lake. And back at the lake, you wash yourself off. And as you wash off all the particles that you've been caked in, all the spores from the mushrooms overhead, you find this reality beginning to fade. And as it fades, you pick up that wolf cub again. Make sure you've got hold of the book. And you find yourself standing in the heart of that woodland, that unicorn before you by that small lake. You find your way back through the woodland, back along the river. And strangely and unexpectedly, you find that you understand, as you rest and sleep in that meadow again, how to awaken in that chair, bringing with you the book and the wolf cub. And when you appear to awaken, and that wolf cub appears with you, and you seem to have that book with you, the alligator and the owl don't seem at all fazed. They just glance up, welcome you back. They ask you if you'd like another drink. You say you think it's time now to go. And you head off back the way you came. You find your way all the way back to yourself. You see yourself there sleeping, looking so peaceful, so calm and relaxed. And as you awaken yourself there, so you find yourself integrating with that you, awakening on the cloud, and then stepping off the cloud, and finding yourself at home in bed. Opening your eyes momentarily, seeing that wolf cub sitting on your bed, curled up, as a new companion to support you through the future. The book resting beside you on the bedside table. And with a deep sense of peace and comfort, you wrap yourself back up in your blankets. You snuggle your head back down into the pillow. And with a sense of curiosity of where your mind will now explore, you drift and float back asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And you're walking gently along a calm seashore, walking barefoot in the sand, feeling the warm water roll gently in over your feet. The sensation of that water pulling the sand back out to sea. The sound of each wave as it rolls in and out. And while walking along the shore and allowing your mind to drift and wander, you can feel the warmth of the sun, hear the sound of seabirds, smell that salty air, and feel what each footstep feels like as they sink gently, squelching into the sand. And you walk for a little while, and you can see a family down the beach, children playing and laughing, the parents sitting in the sun with lashings of sun cream plastered over their faces and their body. The children throwing beach ball to each other. The way that ball almost floats through the air. It doesn't matter how hard the children throw the ball. Within a fraction of a second, it slows right down and almost floats through the air. And you continue along the beach. You walk past that family. And you head to a beautiful white horse. And you mount the horse. And you begin to walk the horse along the beach. Its feet trudging through that sand, splashing up some of the water. Leaving its hoof prints in the sand. And then directing it up from the beach, directing it through some woodland as the sounds from the beach begin to fade into the background, and the sounds of that family fade away. And the sounds of the sea, the seabirds. Now beginning to hear the gentle song of songbirds wafting through the woodland. The light dancing before you. as the leaves above rattle around in the treetops. And the gentle thud, 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 thud of the horse walking on the compacted soil, occasionally stepping over roots crossing the path, occasionally having to duck beneath branches, your body gently rocking as the horse walks. Until you reach a gate and you reach down, you flick open the gate and the horse's body gently pushes on the gate, pushing the gate open. Then turning around, the gate swinging closed, clunking into place. You just check that the gate was closed properly before walking onto the road. And as the horse walks along the road, so its metal shoes clang against the road's surface. And you walk along the edge of the woodland, and on the other side of this road there's a hedgerow. On the other side of the hedgerow there's many fields and meadows rolling off into the distance. And you continue along this road. The only sounds, the sounds of the horse walking, the sounds of its breathing and your breathing. The sounds of songbirds and the gentle rustling of leaves. And the horse walks following the road. And you follow this road for many hours, not seeing anybody else in all that time. Until you decide to stop for a moment. You dismount, move the horse over, off of the road. You loop the reins around a branch. You set up camp and a small campfire. And as evening approaches, you settle down, have something to eat, something to drink. And just relax and enjoy this calming experience. And while you eat, you see a small bluebird fly down a short distance from you, its tail flicking gently, making small jumps, keeping its eyes
on some bread that you have. And so you crumple up a little bit of the bread. You throw that over for the bird. It tentatively skips towards you, pecks up some of those crumbs, looking up at you between each peck, and skips back. And the bluebird hangs around as long as you've got some food for it. But after a while, you've nothing else for it. And so it darts off as quickly as it had landed. And while the sun begins to set, so you take a book out of your backpack, and it's an old book. And you turn to a specifically bookmarked page and continue reading from that page, really trying to understand what's written on the pages, the meaning of what's written there. And what you find written is largely written in hieroglyphs, an ancient script. And so it takes some time to understand that text. Because not only do you have to work out exactly what it says, but there are often multiple meanings for different words. And so you work through trying to work out the best combination of the different words and phrases that the ancient text and hieroglyphs mean, to try and form something which makes sense. And yet a lot of it doesn't quite make sense. And you find what seems like a ritual written down. And this ritual describes creating a circle out of hot stones. And so you follow the instructions. You place the stones in the fire, and when they're glowing, you place them down, forming a circle. And by now the sun has set. And so in this cool night air, to the backdrop of crickets humming around you, you've got the campfire flickering, gently rumbling, and that glowing stone circle on the moist grass. With a little bit of steam rising from around the edges of the stones. You then take a branch and you slice that branch lengthways until you have a plank. You place that in front of the stone circle across some raised stones, like a table.
And you continue reading the instructions. And you get some charcoal from the fire. And you draw a symbol on the left-hand side of that plank. And you draw another symbol on the right-hand side. And those symbols come from the book. And then you grab a stone. You follow the instructions to wrap some thread around that stone in a specific way that the stone hangs almost like hanging in a basket, with the thread tied above the stone in such a way that it makes a pendulum. And then you tie that pendulum to a stick. And it's a long willow stick that has a little give to it that flexes with the most gentle creak. And then in the center of the stones, you sprinkle down some sand that you gathered on the beach. And among the sand, you place some pebbles. And then you take some of the burning sticks from the fire. You rest them with the flames touching the stones. And smoke gently rises from around that ring. And you continue reading the instructions. And it instructs you to sit cross-legged, holding the willow branch, tucked with one end of it against your body, directly in your center line, just below your navel. And the pendulum swings gently above that board. And it tells you that one of those symbols means yes. And one of those symbols means no. And you hang that pendulum right in the center of the board. And the book instructs you to focus on the pendulum and focus on the idea of receiving the answer, and just keep focusing on that. the answer to the riddle of what this all means. And so you focus on that pendulum, and it just hangs so still, occasionally just slightly spiraling, but hangs directly down. And you focus on whether you can receive the answer. And as you focus on that, you notice the slightest movement start in that pendulum, and you're sure that you're remaining as stationary as possible, that you're not moving it. But you see it beginning to move, and the more you see it, the more it moves, and the more it moves, the more you notice it moving. And the more you notice it moving, the more it swings. And you notice that it's not just swinging left and right. It begins swinging in a circle, and that circle is slanted towards the yes symbol, as if it's swinging in a circle, like the orbit of a comet, swinging out to the yes and back to the center, swinging round and round. And you watch, slightly hypnotized and slightly amazed and curious, as you notice that the flames touching the stones seem to be gradually glowing brighter and brighter, as if they're heating up the stones, and the stones in turn are powering the flames. And the fire seems to be seeping somehow onto the sand. And as you continue watching, while the pendulum's swinging, in the darkness of the night, with just the blanket of stars for company, and the horse resting beside you, and the sounds of the crickets, the sand begins to glow, as if it's becoming so hot it's melting. And it glows red and orange and yellow and white. And yet, somehow, hypnotically, you find your eyes just stuck gazing at that sand. And then the sand begins to cool, but as it cools, you notice it seems to have been turned to glass. And the flames burn themselves out. The stones begin to dim down. Your campfire burns down to embers. And what felt like just a few minutes, you discover hours have passed. And you place down the pendulum. You stand up. You lean over that glass circle, and you see your reflection
and the moonlight dancing off of the surface, bouncing up with its silvery light, illuminating your face. You feel like you're glowing in that moonlight as you gaze into that circle, and you can see your reflection, and then you notice a slight haze around your reflection. And then, almost as if someone's just stamped in the center of the glass, it shatters, and in its place there seems to just be a dark hole. And you hear a whispering voice coming from within that hole, almost summoning you in. Jump. 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 You feel a gentle pressure around your shoulders, your back. A calming, comfortable pressure that seems to be encouraging you. Jump. You gaze down into that hole. Jump. And as you gaze into the hole, jump. You feel this urge. Jump. And you jump in the air, pull your arms in, your legs in, jumping into the hole. And as soon as you're in the hole, you realize it's like a giant slide. A bit like a water slide with such smooth sides. And you power your way round this slide, unsure where it's going to end, feeling like it's going on for ages, until eventually it calms down. You feel slowing down. But in pitch black, you can't quite get an idea of how fast or how far you've travelled. And that circle of light in the distance gets larger and closer, until you burst out the end, fly through the air. And while flying through the air, you see the vastest, most beautiful landscape. And you see what looks like a bouncy castle being moved around. And you realize that it's moving to be where you're about to land. And you strike that bouncy castle. You bounce vertically high in the air, and then land back on the bouncy castle, bouncing up and down a little bit until you come to a halt. And you rest there for a moment on the bouncy castle, catching your breath, just taking a moment to take in what just happened, feeling a sense of relief. And then you climb off the bouncy castle, jump down onto the grass, and you can see here the sun's just beginning to rise over the horizon. And you turn back and you see underneath the bouncy castle an army of guinea pigs with gently squeaking voices, each one wearing sports shorts and sunglasses and little headbands. Each one looking relieved that they managed to move the bouncy castle to where you were going to land. And you see, in front of the bouncy castle, is a kangaroo. And the kangaroo has a notebook and a small pencil. And that kangaroo is wearing yoga shorts and also has a headband and some wristbands and a young kangaroo tucked carefully in their pouch. And you see that in the notebook is some mathematics showing the arc you travelled through the air, working out where you were going to land. The kangaroo says that they're usually the yoga instructor, but when they saw you flying through the air and they realised they've got a visitor, they quickly rallied the troops together to make sure that you'd have a safe landing. And you thank the kangaroo, and you thank the guinea pigs. The kangaroo says that perhaps you found your way here to meet with the Ancient One, because that's the only way someone would have come through that tube and found their way to this land. And they tell you that pebbles will show you the way. And you look around you trying to find out where Pebbles is. And then you see a small chicken trotting along beside you. The kangaroo says, "This is Pebbles. She's one of the most powerful witches in the land. And she'll show you the way to the Ancient One." And so you follow Pebbles. You walk across this land. And as you walk across the land, you try and engage in conversation with Pebbles. But Pebbles just clucks away. And as the sun rises, so it becomes obscured by dark and looming clouds. And it begins to rain, the largest, warmest, most comfortable raindrops. And Pebbles takes a small cocktail umbrella from behind one of her wings, pops that up over her head, with the large drops slapping the top of the umbrella bouncing off, as she just about manages to keep the top of her head dry, while the rest of her is getting soaked. As you walk in the rain running down your face, that gentle smell of a landscape that hasn't been rained on for a very long time, finally soaking through. And as this dense shower passes, Pebbles pops down the umbrella, and the rain begins to gently evaporate, and against the dark backdrop of the clouds, the most beautiful rainbow forms overhead, almost guiding your way. And Pebbles continues to cluck along. And a gentle mist rises from the damp landscape as the sun rises overhead. And you see in the distance what looks like a small hut. And outside the hut looks like somebody sitting on a swinging chair. And they seem to be playing a musical instrument and absorbed in their playing, almost as if they're in a reverie of their own. And Pebbles shows you all the way to the hut, nods as if to say goodbye, then jumps up, pops up that umbrella, twirls the umbrella with her beak. Sparkles come off of the umbrella as the umbrella lifts her up into the air, her bottom flailing around while she hangs on with her beak, her claws just gently dangling. And that umbrella fizzing and spinning and sparkling as it spins, creating a ring of sparkly light. And you watch for a while until she's almost out of sight. You turn to this person on that swinging chair outside that hut, and they look up at you, and you notice that there's something different about them. They're wearing a top hat. They're dressed in the smartest looking clothes. They stop playing a mandolin to talk with you, and the first thing they say, but observing you watch Pebbles fly away, is that is a fairy ring, that sparkling ring of light, spinning and sparkling with the energy to defy gravity.
and they place the mandolin beside them. And they take their top hat off. And they pull a scythe out of their top hat. And they say to you, there's somewhere you've been looking for that relates to that book you've been reading. And they say some incomprehensible words. And swing that scythe in the air. And you hear it cutting the air. You hear ravens calling out in the distance. And you see ravens launching into the air, circling overhead. As that cut air begins to separate. And just like cutting through paper or cutting through material with tension either side, that cut separates and opens out, and you see a rip in space and time. And mesmerized, you gaze through that rip in space and time, and they tell you they're a being from far away. They came to Earth thousands of years ago. They've been the guardian of knowledge, the keeper of secrets. And they're going to show you something from thousands of years ago. And with you, they walk through that rip in space and time, and you find yourself on the edge of an encroaching desert, the sun beating down overhead. And lush green landscape before you, wrapped tightly around the edge of the Nile. And they say that neither of you can be seen here. They're just showing you what once was. They're showing you what you've been seeking. That knowledge that was lost to time. They explain that 10,000 years ago, this is where they were, and here is where they still are. And they walk you through this lush landscape. And you can see villages of people milling around, some down by the river, boats on the river. You can see farmland. And you see one intriguing location. And they walk you all the way to that location. And as you stand near that location, you can hear a low, gentle rumble. And they say that this large cave that goes down perhaps 600 meters leads to an underground cave system. And there's water running through the base of this cave. And that water creates a gentle rumble and hiss, depending on how much water is flowing through it. As floods happen elsewhere, there's a delay before water flows down there. And when water flows heavy, it sounds like a growl. When water flows lighter, it sounds like a hiss. And those around here began to worship this giant hole. There was no way for these people to know how to get down into the hole, and it's so deep, it just descends into darkness. But as time went on, we arrived. We gave them knowledge. And we told them to store that knowledge, and that we would help being the keepers of that knowledge. And we placed the knowledge in emerald crystals. And we built towers with holes in that filled with scrolls. And we built a floor above these deep caves. And underneath that floor, in the safety of the cave, all the knowledge of the ancients was stored. And I was the keeper of that knowledge, an eternal being. And as time went on, other civilizations started building up. And as they built up, so there was a fear that they may try and take that knowledge or destroy the knowledge. Thousands of years of history, of learning, of wisdom. And so a massive building project took place. And a giant pyramid was built over the top of that chamber of knowledge. And to guard the pyramid, a sphinx was placed with a secret tunnel that would lead to the chamber. And across a generation, the pyramid was built. And the legends continued that there was a snake down there, perhaps a dragon, some kind of creature that growled and roared and hissed, that guarded the underworld. And that legend protected the chamber from anyone investigating, because the legend became bigger than the truth of it being an underground library. And as the landscape dried out, so the library would survive, and with a giant pyramid over the top, and the encroaching desert,
and the disappearing greenery, and fewer people, being right here, reduced awareness, a memory within the civilization of the ancient library. And as they're talking to you, so you see time moving through, that pyramid being built, the sun rising and setting and rising and setting, day after day, like watching the world around you move in fast forward. And they tell you that a time of pharaohs arrived who believed that they were gods, and the first pharaoh was still aware of that knowledge, and they wanted to have the status of being the guardian of the knowledge. And so on their death, they made sure they were buried inside the pyramid, above that ancient secret library. And as years went on, so more pharaohs followed suit. In the older days, they just used to build smaller pyramids. But now there was this one large pyramid. Others wanted to do the same, but no longer to guard the knowledge. But now they wanted to do the same, to prove they were more worthy, more godlike than what came before. And eventually, as civilizations do, they lost their way, dispersed. History happened, and the library was lost to time, forever buried and untouched in that cave. Tens of thousands of scrolls and objects and documents and knowledge stored from our ancient race. Within those emerald crystals. And this alien then guides you into that library as it looks today, guides you through a secret entrance. You descend a spiral staircase, and all the way down that spiral staircase are scrolls in holes in the central column, and you realize there are multiple columns stretching down to the cave floor. And at the base of the cave, you look around, and the alien lights a torch that illuminates the cave. You see the vastness of this chamber, each footstep echoing, and yet
There's a certain stillness and silence to this chamber. You see how delicate the scrolls are that are stored here. You see the giant emerald. And then the alien guides you back out and tells you this is what you've been seeking, that that book shares the last handed down secrets of the existence of this ancient library. And they've remained the keeper of knowledge. But since it's been filled in with a giant pyramid overhead, they now monitor it from afar, from a temporal realm between worlds. And they're the ones that have created that temporal realm. It's their own little zone, made to look how they want it to look. And they can come and go as they please. And with a click, the temporal realm can disappear completely. And they swing the scythe, slicing a rip in space and time. They walk back through to that temporal realm. You follow them back. You sit on that swing chair at their hut as they tell you more of the history of how they visited the planet, how they influenced civilizations despite trying really hard to just be observers. But they didn't bank on ancient civilizations and their tendency to find meaning and to imbue meaning upon situations, and to want some kind of explanation to the point that they're prepared to create their own explanation and then treat it as true. And so it didn't take long for them to be known as gods here, when they're really just visitors from the stars. And they even hung on to those beliefs to the point that they started building their buildings to mirror the stars in the sky. Building their buildings almost like a map back to where the aliens had come from. And the other aliens had left. Just they remained to watch over those records. And then, after a little while, the sun begins to set, and they guide you into the hut. They offer you some food and some drink. They tell you that You can't go back the way you came. So you'll need to have some drink to find your way home. And you sit in their cabin, resting in that hut. You start drinking the drink that they've made for you, and it's a warm and comfortable drink that tickles your nose as it wafts around your face, that tingles behind the eyes. And as you drink that drink, and you're gazing out the window as the sun's almost fully set, you see the field outside the window beginning to bubble and fizzle, beginning to undulate. You see what looks like fog rising from the field, but the fog seems to be rising with the field, as if taking the field with it as it rises higher and higher. And you notice beneath the field, what's left as the field disappears and rises into the sky is just black. And you look out other windows. You see the trees fizzing and bubbling and rising from the ground, almost turning to particles as they merge with the fog. You see the kitchen tap jump down from the back of the kitchen sink and start dancing on the work surface. You then see the plates jump up with little legs appearing and start dancing. And everything around you seems to begin to separate into individual particles and gradually pop particle by particle out of existence, until the darkness around you gets closer and closer as every particle of matter slowly pops out of existence, until you're just left in a state of nothingness, in a void where you can't see anything, you can't hear anything. There's no up, no down, no left, no right, no back, no forth. Just a space of nothingness, no temperature, no sensations, just being, just peace and calm and serenity. And then, very slowly, you see what looks like a pinprick of light, and then another and another and another and another, and gradually, pinprick by pinprick, you see a new reality forming around you, until enough of that reality is formed that you can begin to feel it beneath you, begin to feel yourself existing here, begin to hear here, and finding yourself standing over that hole. As you sit back down
and look up and look around and see your horse resting beside you, as if just a moment has passed. And you settle down into a tent. And you begin to write up your experiences, writing in detail what happened, the ritual you undertook, the void, the ancient Egyptian library under the pyramid. Those you encountered. And after writing up your experience, you leave the tent, you walk around, and occasionally jump up and down, just to make sure you have a sense of reality and being connected to reality. Almost like checking that everything is as solid as it is supposed to be. And then, with nighttime still set in, you settle down in the tent, curious about the future. Curious about how you'll share your new learning and what you may choose not to share, and how this experience might shape you in the future. And feeling a sense of peace and calm, you gently drift and float, relaxed asleep, into Slumberland.